have, the easier you're going to be navigating this. And I don't know if this is okay to share here, but we have a code of ethics and the standard of practice. This is specifically geared to ayahuasca practitioners and ayahuasca spaces. That's available on my website. You can read it, you can download it. Like, I don't know if it's okay to share my website here, or we're gonna give you later the link, but that's something that we've been working on with some of my colleagues. And this is something that I think very necessary in this space. So we can have a code of ethics and people can read and inform themselves what is okay, what is not okay, right, in these spaces. And of course, you know, it's hard to make a one rule fits all. So our intention with this was not to you know, say that this one framework will fit every situation, but we wanted to create certain standards that will protect people, you know, in the space. And then, of course, you know, sometimes there are individual situations that are going to be different. But in general, I think if we know in advance going into a situation that it's not okay to undress, it's not okay, you know, for the therapist to touch your intimate body parts or whatever, you know, like, unless, you know, it's specifically like a tantra section or something, you have framework for that. But in this context, if you work with sacred medicine before you go into these situations, so when you are in the situation, if something happens, you will not be confused about it, that is this okay, is this not okay, but you will be clear that, okay, this is not okay. And then you will hopefully be able to act, you know, in that moment. And what you need to do, obviously, is to say no and to walk away, and also to speak up and speak out about your experience and to talk to others. Like, one last thing that I would like to share is, you know, the other side of this situation, because, you know, we talk a lot about abuse from the therapist, abuse from the shaman, but there is the other side of the situation when actually the abuse could be a projection of the client, of the patient. And this happens, you know, when people are triggered and they regress back into the original trauma and they lose awareness, and they are in a type of emotional flooding. And they associate the perpetuator with the person who is there and who is triggering them. That can be a therapist or a teacher, you know. And this type of kind of transparency, you know, in a way, this can also happen. And people, I think that's also a possibility. In some cases, people can falsely accuse somebody abusing them when it was not what happened, you know, it was the person's experience, and regression was projected, you know, to an individual. So we that's why, you know, we need to know these things, we need to educate ourselves, so that provides, you know, protection with us. And ultimately, what provides the biggest protection, I think, it's our healing, you know, because you're not going to end up in this kind of situation if it has nothing to do with your healing or your trauma. And you know, the more healed we are in this way, the more protected we are, because unfortunately, you know, what happens on an energetic level when you are abused and you have no boundaries, you are kind of the weakest link. It's almost like it's written on your forehead, you know, like, abuse me. Because what happens in nature as well, like, the predator will go for the weakest link, you know, it will not go for the alpha male in the herd, but they will go for the young, for the sick, you know, and it's easy catch, you know, they're not going to put up a fight. So it's easy prey. As the same thing happening here energetically, people who are abused and traumatized, they are easy prey, and energetically they attract predators. This is not something that is even conscious, you know, but this happens, you know, that these people navigate. That's why oftentimes people who have sexual trauma, they have multiple sexual trauma. It's, you know, one way there is an attempt to correct the experience, and another way you are a prey, a more likely prey, right, for predators for this reason. So I just hope that this helped you, this information, guys. And
absolutely, yeah, end on a strong note there. I mean, Melanin has a question, if we can manage that. And I know it's Astaria's back. Do you want to take back over, Astaria, or do you just want to drop me a text when you're ready? Let's hear from Melanin Dawn, which is an amazing name.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. I have a question for Nina. Gratitude to the panel and everyone joining in. My daughter, she suffers from moon cycle, painful moon cycles as well. And I took her on a few, ethnogen retreats to help her out, but it seems like she's still going through the same every month. But would you suggest ayahuasca as one of the best? That's one we haven't tried yet. But would you suggest, she's 23 years old, and I really wish for her not to be in so much pain. I was in the same pain when I was, her age, and up until my early 40s, I literally just kept saying I don't want to have a moon cycle anymore. And like maybe 2.5 years later, it got like to little spots until like I don't even have any moon cycle anymore, and I'm 51 now.
Yeah, okay. So it's very important that she is called to this medicine, right? What we talked about, that it's a personal thing. So what you can do to offer her this opportunity to talk, to share with her that you heard this, and, share some resources with her, and ask, what do you think about this? Would you be interested in something like that? And then see how she responds, like I definitely think that it could be useful, but also this is not the only way. There are many ways to healing, if she never does that, that doesn't mean that she's not gonna heal. She can find another way, people's paths are different. So offer her the information and the opportunity, and let her to feel if this is her path, and then if it is so, you can support her in that. Another thing I would like to say, that just drinking the medicine, like this is a whole other topic of conversation, the integration part is not necessarily gonna kind of heal you, so to say, but what it does, the medicine helps to expand the awareness, so we become aware of these blind spots, and then we can process it. But I did receive a lot of therapy, and I did integration, which is also was a big part of my healing. So not just drinking this medicine and then, okay, heal me. It wasn't like that, but the medicine helped me and can help people to heal themselves, but they also need, a professional guide or therapeutic container where they can process, that experience and those wounds and traumas who come up for healing when someone works with this medicine. Is this
okay? Yes, thank you very much. I have a person that's in Atlanta, Chief Nighthawk. He's invited me along with Dr. Sanada into, some of their mama ceremonies. So the next one they have, I was thinking of bringing her with me to that. And I definitely believe in the integration, because a lot of times we do ceremonies. A lot of people leave before the integration part's happening, and we're like pulling at them. You need that integration because it's necessary.
Right.
Thank you. Gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you, Melanin. Okay. All right. I think then if there is no more questions, we are ready to give it over to the next presenter. And thank you for giving us some extra minutes to go over. Really grateful to be here. So good to connect with all of you. Sending love to all the people who are here and who will listen at any point to this recording. And yeah, big love. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Sorry, I was just blatantly trying to do some social media of everybody right there. Leo, help me out here. Let me just see who's talking next.
It's going to be me. It's Sean.
Hey, Sean.
How are you, Steve?
I'm good, thank you, mate. Do forgive me for not being entirely au fait with the schedule.
Oh, that's all right. Not a problem.
Sean, please do introduce yourself to everyone. We've got, you can probably see at the beginning of the chat, the container, as it were, here is angled towards the presenter. So chat away, and rather than anyone kind of chipping in, I think they're going to put up their hands, and general form is carry on talking, and we'll leave whatever time we got at the end for some questions.
Yeah, no problem, Steve. Great. Well, I guess
Don't hesitate to drop me a line if you need anything on a text or whatever. Yeah,
no problem. I'll do that. So I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for being here. This event is really special to me because, you know, I've been in quite a few different circles and of plant medicine and just circles in life. And this is a topic that pops up over and over again. Vulnerability, sexual misconduct, and behavior like that. So I want to start off by talking a little bit about someone who I worked with, and I'm not going to name them, but this person and I have worked together quite often, and they have been accused of doing things in ceremony.
Let me see if I can find out. Oh, it's Soul Tribe Sound Journeys. Oh, it's excellent. Cheers, Soul Tribe Sound Journeys. Sorry, sure.
Inappropriate. Anyways, what I was saying is I have a hard time hearing that because I've had such success working with this person. Man.
Dude, sorry, we missed you a bit there. So I'm really sorry to jump in, Sean. We missed that crucial bit there. Am I right, everybody?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna try and we're in Vietnam right now, so the internet may not be great. Can you see me now?
Yeah, we can. I think we'll be all right as long as we don't have too many issues. If who's on the back end? Can we say if we maybe people join without mics? That might be handy. Sean, I do apologize again. Please go for it. It was the thing that you
no problem.
Quite challenging to hear.
Oh, so what I was beginning to talk about was I worked with someone, and I'd worked with them down south quite a few times. And what happened is they have been accused multiple times by different people of doing things that weren't appropriate and during ceremony. What are those things? I don't know. It's been very vague, but my whole point is I have a hard time hearing that because I've put myself in a vulnerable position around this person. And on the other hand is I feel like this person had a hand in really changing my life, you know? So it's kind of like when we look up to like heroes or just people who we respect in general. I really respect this person, right? So I've never went to them and confronted them about this. You know, I don't have enough facts behind it to do that, and I don't think it's my place. But it is something that I have heard, and you know that it's on my mind quite often, I guess, because I want to go and see them more often. But ever since I've heard these things, I just don't want to go down there. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. You were silent for a little bit there.
Oh, okay. Maybe you were just frozen. Maybe you just sit very still. I thought the internet had cut out.
That's all the the top level.
Okay.
In the audience.
That's good. So yeah, I haven't went down and done any ceremony with them since. So, you know, one thing I was thinking about today, we were driving from up in North Vietnam in Ha Long Bay. and we were driving down to Hanoi and flying over to Da Nang because we're in I forgot the name of it right now, but it's right by Da Nang Beach. It's in central Vietnam. But we were in the car and we had a 2.5 or 3 hour car ride, and we started talking about, what do you do about these people? Like, how do we make circles safe for everybody? And one thing that we kind of spoke about was, when law enforcement, at least in the United States, I think it's currently like 5 or 6 states, when it comes into question if a law enforcement officer is basically corrupt or not worthy of testifying, or has lied in court, or basically if their integrity or their character is kind of shoddy, what they have is something called a Giglio list or a Brady list, right? And it's just kind of a list that circulates around prosecutors' offices in the state, and it just kind of warns people that that this is what this person's done, and take their word lightly. So I guess in the community, marking these people and letting people know that this happened is very important. And I think that the worst thing about it is a lot of these people were abused themselves. And I think, in my opinion, that they're looking for, maybe they're trying to relive their own trauma. I'm not sure exactly what they're looking for out of it, or what they're trying to get out of it. I know a lot of times, people do things just to get off or whatever, because that, makes them happy. But in general, I just think they need to be pointed out, because, when you're under medicine, it's an experience I'm sure, most of us have had, but you're very vulnerable, you're very susceptible. And that's one thing that I liked about, I belong to the Santo Daime in Washington, and what it is it's the ayahuasca church here. And one thing during ceremony is it's very structured, and we have guardians. And so, I've never seen in ceremony anyone doing anything inappropriate. And I think it's important that we have those eyes on the circle. And I think that would be, another way of kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Another way of making this so it's not happening. And, maybe have someone who's trusted and taken a light amount of medicine there to kind of oversee things. But until we can legalize this and get this structured, it's going to be hard, because, a lot of this, 99% of it's happening underground, right? And when something's happening underground, structure doesn't come with it. I mean, we had prohibition, we had drug dealing, organized crime, all these things. They're not too well organized, and especially, I'm not saying that big government needs to be involved, but I think it could be beneficial here. So one thing I did want to bring up too is I have suffered, sorry, this keeps popping up here. One thing I wanted to bring up too is, I have suffered sexual abuse, and it was at the hands of a family member. And, for a good 25 years of my life after that happened, I gave my life to using, and my drug of choice was usually opiates. And when I was finally able to let that secret go, and I only let it go after I'd done a substantial amount of plant medicine, when I was finally able to let that secret go, I was able to start healing again, and to start, living my life, I guess, and not using drugs every day, and just being a normal person. So it's just something that I don't want anyone to suffer from sexual abuse like that. Does anyone have any questions?
You're good, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll rack some.
Yeah. So back to the sexual abuse I had suffered. So this happened from a family member, and it was a family member who I was close with, and it happened over and over. And as I like lived my life and went back home for holidays and stuff, I would have to see this person. It was a close enough family member that they were not completely out of my life. And it makes it hard and it makes it uncomfortable. So I think if someone's going to ceremony and they get offended or abused, perhaps, it might turn them off of plant medicine, and that's not something that anyone wants. I think that the medicine wants us to be there, number one, and I think that the person serving it could really like turn someone away, and then they could miss out on some help that they really need. Hold on, I'm drawing a blank here.
Dude, thank you very much for being so courageous as to share that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now about the individual that served you the medicine, who was accused? How is it, are you managing to integrate that at all, either like, internally or otherwise?
Yeah, I don't think I've really I've started going to therapy for it, but I think I have a long way to go. Right now I'm going to talk therapy basically, and also filing a lawsuit against the person. So I think in the end the lawsuit will bring some closure to it, but it's not necessarily about money by any means. It's about this person getting outed and people knowing, because unfortunately throughout this has cost me, like I said, it was a close enough family member that this has cost me basically my relationship with my whole family. I brought it up after, like I said, 25 years, 20 years. And the first thing my mother decided to say was, no, that didn't happen. And so imagine after 20 years building the courage to come up and finally be like, hey, this happened, and the first thing out of the person's mouth who raised you, who you're supposed to look up to, who you're supposed to love, is, yeah, that didn't happen, right? So before that, though, I had called my other sister, and I told her what had happened, and she knew it happened, basically. I mean, she believed it. She said, I know, it was her words. And there was a witness there who said that. And so she validated that. But and it's not weird, it's just, I think it's people in general. As soon as my mom jumped on the bandwagon of like, this didn't happen, that sister who initially had been like, I understand, I know this happened, etc., etc. I don't know what happened between them, because I haven't talked to him in probably 2 years since I brought this up. But since that happened, I think she just kind of sided with my mom at one point. And I don't know if it's about money. I don't know if it's about, I don't know. I think it's about money. My mom has money to leave him. And, so they just kind of put it out of sight, out of mind. But for a moment, I got validation that someone in my family believed me and heard me. And in that moment, even though it was like 10 or 15 seconds, probably, that the length of that question on the phone with her, the fact that she was able to hear me and say, I know this happened, looking back on it, it made all the difference in the world, because I don't know what I would do if just everyone was like, no, that didn't happen, that didn't happen, you know? So it's been pretty traumatic, and it, you know, for so long I was just, alls I would do was drugs constantly. And when I did drugs, I didn't use lightly. I was definitely looking to escape. And they're saying, you know, everyone says, well, we start using drugs to escape something. And you know, they have the whole marijuana as a gateway drug theory and all that. I don't necessarily believe that, but I do know when I found opiates that that was the drug I was looking for, because, you know, it's called a painkiller, and it's a painkiller for a reason. Emotional pain, mental pain, physical pain, all of it. It just puts you in such a state of that pain being dulled and non-existent that it's, you know, pleasurable to do often. So I lived like that for so long, and just over the last, you know, 2 years, I feel like I've made a lot of strides. Not necessarily where I was, um, maybe with like my career, like I like where my job's at, but like personally, strides in healing and strides in not having to use to hide this secret. So, you know, it's been awesome being able to talk about it and let people know. And this is the first time I've really talked to a group of people about it, and you know, basically been open about it. So I'm sorry if I look kind of um hesitant, I guess might be the word, but this is the first time I've really had the courage to talk about it to, you know, more than like 3 or 4 people, and talk about it more in depth than I have before. And I think it's good practice, because, you know, at this point in June, my attorney's doing depositions with everyone in my family. And so I'm going to have to, at some point, I assume, you know, tell the story again in court. And I've had to tell it to my attorney and obviously my therapist. So, you know, I think it's good practice.
I didn't realize that. And, you know, for what it's worth, I think you're tremendously courageous. I wouldn't even be able to talk about my own story here.
Yeah, I think that, you know, there's a situation in my extended family, and it's like this shit just happens everywhere, and it's the same thing in my extended family. And it's a situation where like an uncle abused a nephew over years, you know what I mean? And the nephew doesn't want to talk about it. The uncle's basically admitted to it. The wife doesn't want to divorce the uncle, etc., etc. And it's just a mess, right? And I was thinking about that and all of the stigma in our society, right? And I'm not saying it's easier to be abused by one or the other, right? I was abused by a woman. We often don't think that a man can be abused by a woman, right? But the abuse started when I was about 13, I think, 12 or 13. And people who are substantially older than you, we tend to just listen to, especially at that age, and just do what they say. And it's just, I think 20 years ago, if I tried to come forward and say I was abused, you know, by someone, I don't think I would have gotten the same like feedback that I got, and the ability to get so much therapy and get a like an attorney and stuff. But I'm saying all that to say this other situation that's going on is it was the child, when he was a child, was abused by a male. And in our society, unfortunately, men have a harder time and more shame, I feel like, when they're abused by a male. And I think that there's nothing to be shameful about it. Like, if it took me so long to think like I didn't do anything, Like, I didn't do shit to this person. It happened to me, and kind of along the same road of this, and another case of sexual abuse. I have a friend, and he had been molested when he was young by a male. And so I had been around him at one time, and there was they were joking around, and they were, just saying stuff they shouldn't say, right? It's not entertaining, but he called him a certain name, and the guy just blew up. He freaked out. He basically attacked the guy, and no one had a clue why. They were very good friends, and the fact is he had been molested, and he had so much shame and anger and guilt that when he was, referred to as this or called this, he just lost it, so but my whole point about it is I don't think would be easy to be abused by anyone, but just the way society looks at it, and the stigma with a male being abused by another male, it's much harder to come out, I feel. And that's for me. It might be easier for someone else, but it's also pretty, embarrassing to talk about it when it's your family. But then again, I didn't do anything. I was a little kid when it started, so.
Thanks. Nina's got a question. Nina,
Yeah.
do I need to unmute you or anything, or can you unmute yourself? What are the
I think it's good.
correct?
Thank
Right,
you.
excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Leo, for sharing that, because I think that definitely it's a secret and a taboo, for everybody, but I think it's more for men than women. Women more likely to talk about it, even just maybe with their girlfriends, or, and share these experiences. I think that definitely that you need more courage as a man to come forward and to bring, the attention to this type of abuse, that boys can be abused by adult women as well. That's not something that people often think about. Exactly. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing that to the attention, and having the courage to share. And with the parents going into denial, basically that happens like so many times, because like it causes them like such a cognitive dissonance. Like the parents' job would be to protect you, right? That's their main job, to protect their child. And so when you say to your parent that this is what happened, if they would acknowledge that, yeah, this happened, that would mean they have to acknowledge that I am the shittiest parent that there has ever existed. How could I let
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that, because I feel like that's part of this. Is I think that, like, my mother always stood on being a protector and being the best mom. And I remember when I was like little, she would keep me so close to her. I was the youngest of four, and she would always tell me, stay by me, stay by me. You know what I mean? And it's like a fail. It's like a parenting fail.
So
And
mentally you can't go there. Your only option is to deny, and to say this not happen, so I can keep my integrity.
yeah,
It would rock my world, who I think I am as a person, what I think about others and the world, like completely rock my world. And I think that's why so many times it's common that people just go to denial, and then they insist on denying, and they don't want to consider the possibility, because it is so scary for them to consider that this might be true. And I'm not saying that this justifies, that the denial of makes it okay or whatever, but I also think, that from a healing perspective, you don't need, other people to heal yourself. Like, I decided not to tell my parents about this, because I was way older when this came up for me, and the circumstances and the people involved and everything that I considered. Exactly, I thought that most likely my parents would react like what you said, yours,
right.
and that would make everything worse for me. So I decided for myself, I don't need them to know for me to be okay and to, move on. And that was my path, but sometimes also it's possible that when you tell them, the parents can be there for you during that time, and a big healing can happen in the family. So we don't know which is gonna be. Sometimes it's a very healing experience for everybody. Sometimes, it causes more pain. Sometimes it's not necessary. I don't know if there is a good way of doing or not doing. You just have to do what you feel you need.
Right. I think looking back on it, I don't know what was best. You know what I mean? I hope that one day, my wish is that my mom will come around, because she's kind of like the matriarch of the family. And what she does, everyone else will do. Like what she says goes. It's an Irish family, a very close family in interesting ways. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a very loving family, but they're definitely down to like keep each other's secrets and help each other, etc., etc. So it could have went either way, but she's like the card, right? The card that I need to get to flip.
Right.
But at this point, I can't do that because she won't even talk to me about it or talk to me in general. So,
Right.
but no, I appreciate what you were saying, and I think something that I've seen in all of this is, as society progresses and the LGBTQ movement builds, everyone in the LGBTQ movement having the courage to come forward and say, hey, this is me, that in a way is making it easier, I feel, for me to come forward as an abuse victim and be like, this happened, right? Back in the day, they had to deal with society being so taboo and like, oh, that's, et cetera, et cetera. They all had the courage to come forward. And then, they're just giving everyone momentum. So I think that's something that I've never really thought about until I was just sitting here, kind of processing this and talking about it. It's becoming more mainstream to talk about this stuff. And so it's just something I want to honor and just have a moment for everyone involved in that movement who, probably helped a lot of us come forward without knowing it. So.
Definitely. I think, that's so true what you're saying. And that's part of the healing of not keeping these secrets anymore. Right. And so many things were exposed in this space like the last few years. And we can see, for example, in the yoga space, how many big teachers have fallen, right? Like from Bikram to like Yogi Bhajan, like I don't know, like all these people, right? That all these scandals that came out recently in the last few years. I think that part of what you mentioned at the very beginning, Leo, that it's difficult for you to imagine or to believe that somebody like did abuse somebody when you received so much healing from this person, from this teacher or healer. But I think that's what we need to understand, that people are not pure evil or pure good,
Right.
That it's possible that one person can abuse somebody and can help another person. It is very possible, that the Kundalini Yogi Bhajan, because he abused women, the yoga wasn't effective. No, the yoga was the yoga did help, the Kundalini did help, like a lot of people. Yes, the practices did help people. That is true. That's nothing to do with the personality of the person. And I think that's one of our vulnerability, that we put people to pedestal and they say, okay, this is a healer, this is a shaman, this person serves the medicine, they must be perfect, they must be all good, they have no faults, and then when we come from this perspective, we don't see their faults. Even if they have faults, we don't see them because we assume that they are superior beings, and that's not true. And this is how it can happen, that these people get away with the abuse for such a long time. I mean, there was that healer John of God from Brazil. Like, 350 women came forward, you know, to accuse him.
Right.
That's just women who came forward. This went on for 30 years. Like, I'm asking, how could this happen? You know, that it went on for 30 years and nobody did anything about it. I think the only reason why it happened was because he went to opera, you know, the show, and everybody, he was a star, he was the healer. Like, nobody assumed that this person could do some harm, could do something bad, you know, until it was like too late. So I think we need to remember that people are capable of good and bad things, the same people, you know, and everybody is, we are like that too.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think we just often lose sight of that. You know, we see someone doing so much good work and you know, helping so many people that they become, in our eyes, like larger than, you know, whatever our God is, right? Whatever we pray to. So that's definitely awesome. I appreciate it.
Brian, do you want to ask a question there, dude?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm messing up the music. You got your hand up, dude. Do you want to ask a question?
Oh, I just had a comment to speak to. I'm
Please.
sorry, your name's not in the chat. Wasn't, and I know your name.
My
but
name's Sean. Yeah.
Sean, I knew that. I knew
Sean.
that.
Yeah. How's it going, Brian?
It's going well, thank you.
Good.
So I spoke a little bit last night. Only got a couple hours of sleep, so I'm like kind of half here right now. But I was glad to hear, and other people also mentioned this. And I appreciate your vulnerability in saying this. That the sexual abuse that you encountered was female abusing a male, and how that often goes unrecognized in society. And I'd forgotten to share this when I was speaking of my own situation, but it's not only when the male is underage. In my specific situation, I was acquiring psychedelic therapeutic medicine, but did not have the money at the time. And somebody who I had explicitly refused consent for, I viewed the person only as a friend, had the money to facilitate that for me. And then while I was under the influence, took sexual advantage of me. And so, and you know, we were both adults. And so, you know, I'm glad that you brought that, the female male dynamic up in general, because it goes under recognized. But even more so, you know, it's much even less recognized when the adult is a male too, because for some reason society seems to think females don't do that to men. Well, that's actually not the case, and I think that goes perfectly along with the conversation we're having. And I'm glad you brought that to light, and again, appreciate your vulnerability and being so open with everything that you've discussed. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Cheers, Brian. Sean, with it being so long ago, is there? I mean, I don't want to bring one of my own experiences or knowledge into your story, but for what it's worth, a ex-girlfriend of mine who was abused by a family member once came back from family get-together and said how much the dynamic had changed between her as this very strident London lady and the guy now like in a wheelchair, infirm.
Yeah.
And yeah, is that I mean, you look like quite a big guy.
I know. Yeah, and that's the hard part. I mean, someone sees me and someone's like, oh, you know, how can that physically happen, right? And
I can see. I mean, I work with guys
and I think that's a
IPV and
a question that comes up on it, you know, a lot. But I think that people don't realize that, like, just how powerful the mind is. I guess, or how tricky other people can be and how they can just, kind of screw you over in a minute or get you to do what they want in a minute, right? I think a huge reason people think men cannot be raped is just because of the dynamics of everything, how it works, right? But rape doesn't necessarily, or sexual abuse doesn't always mean penetration, right? It could be anything that makes you feel uncomfortable and you not feel safe, right? And they're touching you in a sexual way, etc. That's abuse, right? It's our body. This is ours, and it's only for us to have and to share with someone else with consent. And I don't know who just said that in the chat, Melanie Dawn, but yeah, it is. It's like a moment of vulnerability, and it's amazing in that moment of vulnerability just how you can be taken advantage of, I guess. But you're talking about kind of the dynamic of it, and as we age, that person's so much older. I definitely see the dynamics kind of gone the other way, because it's strange, right? Because when this happened, she was just kind of a loser and didn't really have shit going in life, etc. But she ended up marrying someone, and they have a lot of like federal government contracts for selling firearms and supplying weapons to the government, basically. So she definitely has turned her life around, I guess you could say, since that happened. And who knows? Is she the same person today? I don't know. I have a hard time finding forgiveness at this time in my heart for it, because I spent literally so many years of my own life being affected by those actions, and she just got to go on with her life and have her children and have her life and not ever have to pay any consequences for it. And I'm I'm a believer of the way we can change behavior is to at least have it acknowledged. Maybe it doesn't take hard consequences, but to have the behavior acknowledged, outed, etc., and maybe the person can change from there. And that's, like I said, what I hope to do, with the lawsuit. It's not necessarily about the money. I hope part of it can just be an apology and recognition that it happened, so
Yeah, it's being heard. And well, I mean, but we say closure, don't we? And it sounds trite, but that kind of homeostatic process of the moral dissonance working its way through is, of course, tremendously restorative. Also, I gather, and you see families outside court saying, "Oh, it's relief," and you think that's a bit of a funny thing to say, but apparently it's not. Biochemically, it is a tremendous
right.
relief.
Yeah.
Apparently. And and that's probably going to be ever so good for their physical health too. And so you feel good for it sounds like you feel good for doing it.
I do. I think that since I was able to talk about this, and the more I talk about it, the better I feel. I've been able to not use now for quite a while. I've had like minor like relapses here and there, but not anything like it was before, and not with the same substances either. So I'm healthier physically, mentally. I'm definitely getting healthier, and I think that by the time this is all done, I'll be pretty happy, and I can move on from that point. Right now, I do feel like I'm kind of on the other end of the storm. I feel like even though court is coming, I think the like being in the shit or the thick of it was that moment when I decided to call my sister and tell her what had happened, basically. And that's when everyone was like, multiple phone calls, yelling, etc. So I'm glad that part's over. And yeah. Anyone else have any questions?
There's definitely something about sort of conflict averse society, isn't there? And I mean, what you said about, but people just don't want it. When it comes to the crunch, what we say, oh, let's talk about this stuff, let's confront this stuff. But it's no, it's difficult too, isn't it? I mean, a different example. I wrote an article recently about how to tell your boss about your mental health. Talk to your boss about your mental health, and mental health, of course, the number one reason for people taking time off work. And I spoke to these HR experts, and they all said, "Don't do it."
Really?
Yeah, I mean, my kind of question was, I haven't worked in corporate for 10 years. When people need a duvet day, do they still phone up and say they got diarrhea? Or are they actually phoning up now and saying, look, I'm like a bit overwhelmed and stressed, and just give me a couple of days off, I'll be fine. And the boss goes, totally do. We got the mental health policy in place. I'll be totally understand, no problem. And apparently that's not happening at all. Like not at all. Yet there is this conversation going on in the narrative where you'd think it was. And again, there is dissonance, it isn't there?
Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier about how that kind of dissonance is amplified within the psychedelic context.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up, and this is, maybe a little bit off the topic, but as far as mental health at work, I feel like the job I have right now, I'm a port manager for the Port of Seattle, and I have a lot of stress at work, but I don't feel comfortable enough to go to my boss and be like, hey man, I'm stressed, I'm overworked, this is too much, or like going on this vacation right now. Basically it was 3 weeks away, and I had to like fight like hell to get another week, beyond the 2 weeks, because they want people there and they want them working, right? And the awesome thing that I've been able to realize on this vacation is like other cultures and other countries like England or Australia, etc. I met some Australians this morning, and he was like, yeah, you guys got 2 weeks off a year, that's bullshit. And he's like, we get 4. And then I met a guy from who works for the Port of Rotterdam this morning at breakfast, and he's like, yeah, I'm gone for 3.5 weeks, and that's just how it is. And so I think there's definitely a lot of growing to do here with that. But
we definitely have better holidays.
Yeah.
And again, without meaning to go further off topic, a lot of what I hear in the the abuse conversation in the well-being sector, it does echo the conversation in the workplace, where there was the most tremendous example earlier that I can't really remember, but these these grand lies that we all go along with,
right. Yeah.
That like we'll definitely give you a raise if X. Oh right. No, we can't, because actually the budget.
Yeah.
And that's the tip of the iceberg. Or actually that job we interviewed you for, it's a different job. You'll be doing like 2 other jobs as well, and all this kind of stuff that just kind of sails through our supposedly watertight bureaucracy, and and we come up with scapegoats instead. And I think as much as I love to rag on psychotherapy, I think psychotherapy is in danger of becoming the next scapegoat. Politics, media, all these things which are a bit of a reflection of ourselves, in that kind of 360 way that Nikki was talking about. Nobody has to agree with that, but by the way, but all these areas that we maybe should be addressing, that we're talking about, are such a difficult conversation when it comes to the crunch. I think we take out on institutions.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we, like here, we basically call that carrot dangling. They're gonna, like the carrot in front of a horse, basically. They're gonna give you something better, or the job isn't what it was. But it's
Yeah.
just been nice to see that people, have more time off, and it's more respected. When all this was going on, I was fortunate enough to, have been working for myself. I had a company for several years, and I just sold it at the time, and so I actually had time to kind of have this little event or breakdown for all this shit to happen at one time. Because if I was to have held all that in, number one, I might be dead, right? Number two, if I was working, I guarantee you I would have just cracked. I would have just snapped, and I wouldn't have been able to go to work every day in any form that's, presentable. So I think the timing for myself was well, in coming forward. And it makes me think, other people who have been abused, we were talking about the shame of it earlier, how many of those people are in a situation where they just aren't in the right spot to come forward yet. Maybe they're going to have so much mental trauma surrounding it, and they're going to, have a breakdown, and they just can't fucking afford to do it right now. They're so insistent that they have to be at work, or their boss needs them there, or etc. And that's why I think the vacation policy is so much better. We're moving that way here, I guess, with sick time, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it must feel like to have that trauma kind of doubled down.
Yeah, I think, like it kind of compounds everything, right? Sometimes when we take psychedelics like some mushrooms or some LSD, the lights are enhanced, but stress or a trauma event like that, right? It compounds everything else in your life, every other thing. So I was just very fortunate, now looking back and being able to talk about this more in depth than I ever have, here in this event. It's given me some clarity to some things, like I said earlier, the LGBTQ movement, and tearing the shame down, of men being taken advantage of, and men being molested. And then also, if I would have had a job at the time, I probably would have been screwed. So I just I appreciate it. I've gotten more healing just sitting here talking with you guys about it. So I appreciate it.
Oh, so that's fantastic. I'm glad. If we did anything,
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, the more you talk about it, you can dive deeper into it. I think it brings it to the surface, and you can process it a little bit more, and work through it. So
you're an inspiration, dude. Is there anything else you wanna add? And who's coming up next? Have we got somebody immediately?
I'm not sure who's next.
Hi everyone, good morning.
Oh, good morning. How are you, Astaria?
Astaria.
Me, Astaria. I'm actually next. I will need a moment. I need to actually use the restroom, and I'm warming up some hot water so I can have some tea, and then I'm gonna have a little hot bay to ground myself, and then I'll present.
Cool.
So maybe
Marvelous. You take your time. I do have one more question for Sean, at least.
Yeah, give me 5. You got it.
Sean, I know these things are hard enough to talk about the best of times. How did this all play out in your actual kind of medicine work? Because there seems to have been stages here with your your substance.
So I think what the aspect of me, coming out and talking about this, how did that play out? Is that what you're
there seems to have been, because
breakthrough.
Was it? Yeah, there was the the substance use stage.
Yeah,
Into
the breakthrough,
yeah.
the breakthrough was working with Alan Christopher and doing medicine with him. And after that, I was able to, I went down to Mexico a few times and met with Alan, once on the west side of Mexico and then once on the east side of Mexico. And I did 5-MeO DMT both times, and then the second time I think I did Cambo with him. I believe that was the second time, not the first time. But anyways, when I was with him and working with him at the time, the first time I did any 5-MeO DMT, I had the experience, and then I just had a huge amount of like sadness flood out of my body. And as soon as I kind of came out of the experience or came up from the experience, all I could do was just cry and cry and cry and relieve all these tears and all this pain inside and just get rid of it, right? And the second time I went, I feel like I was able to actually go into the medicine, have some clarity, work with it. And then I came out of it and then came back home, back up to the States. And after that is when I, had decided to, talk about this. And it's interesting, earlier on in the conversation, different people were talking about how often, they'll do medicine and then they want to talk about it. It's after they do medicine that they want to talk about this and only this, and they want someone to acknowledge their trauma and someone to help them, basically. So I think it was pretty much the same thing as that. There were other, like a few more like surrounding circumstances, but for the main part, that was like the medicine involved with it. But I really feel like the way I was using, I was really on a path to try and kill myself, to kind of put myself out of my own misery. I would get like benzodiazepines, Klonopin, or whatever, methadone. I was on methadone at the time, and I would mix them. I would take so many of them and just not give a shit, whether you woke up or not, lose days at a time, literally lose days. And that shit's scary. Like, looking back at it now, like, I wouldn't want to lose days. Like, who knows what you do, so.
Now, I'm throwing this out there. A friend of mine says that there's something about opiates and the kidney meridian. Does anyone know about this? And a fear, a sort of ADHD style, or a CPTSD style, or fight flight reflex, stress hormone driver. Does anyone aware of this know about this?
No.
I don't know exactly, but I suspect that the kidney meridian, the corresponding emotion to the kidneys is fear. So it makes a lot of sense that it corresponds to the fight and flight. And of course, as Shane said, opiate is a deep tranquilizer. So when you're triggered and when you are scared and you don't want to feel the fear, it would make logical sense for me that, that would be your choice of drug to calm the nervous system down. I don't know, just an idea.
So actually, it's an avoidance tactic. And when people are using opiates, it's to get away from something. So opiates, early marijuana use, before we realized that it actually was more medicinal, and even alcohol, it was the avoidance. And that's how addictions get started, because you're constantly, and it takes more each time to get you to a place where you're avoiding facing whatever it is. And one of the things that works really well for me with ayahuasca and larger doses of mushrooms is that they are confrontative. And so And that's one of the reasons why they are not supportive of addictions. So you get to confront whatever it is that you've been trying to avoid, and then you are able to move on. And part of that is the integration work that happens afterward. And there are so many facilitators who are having people go, prepare for a journey, go through a journey, and then they're left to their own devices. And that's where a person needs to be held the most. That's where a person needs, and it can happen 3 weeks, through 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months after the actual journey. So, and some people who are just dead set on, I want to get to the bottom of it, are just in there. And I've looked at it as redecorating. So you're going in, you've got a house and you're gutting it, and you just are knocking down walls, but you don't know which walls are weight bearing. And so when you're going in there and people talk about the ego death, or they really want to like pull up all the stuff, you don't know what's there to support you. And then what needs to be supported as you work around it. Because sometimes, and the reason why it's important for me to look at it as redoing a house, it's because certain walls have to be supported. And so even if you want an open concept, you're going to need a pillar, a column, something in that space to support that wall. And I think that's what some people forget about as they go into these deep dives. And especially here in America, where there's this idea of more is more. Sometimes less is more.
Thank you, Paul Mark. Thank you, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Astaria here. For me, it's morning. For me, it's we're at like 20 hours now. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for everyone who stuck through the night. And thank you for holding space this morning. I'm not able to type the safe space agreements at this time in the chat. I'm just not functioning. I'll do it for the next round. But just announcing that we are starting our next hour for the May Talk 24-hour talk, which is actually ending up being 25 hours. We've got an extra hour by my mistake. And yeah, for sacred sexuality, safety, and sexual misconduct, I am inviting us to grab a tea. I have mine ready, and I'm also going to invite us for a prayer with rapé, tobacco. If anyone works with rapé, I am going to work with it for a moment here, and then I'm going to go into my topic, which is psychedelic orgasms. And what was my topic? Self-attuned, the innocence of self-attuned sensuality. I believe what I titled it. Psychedelic orgasms and the sacredness of self-attuned sensuality. But there's also innocence in that space. So just for a moment, if you don't work with Hape, oh, the agreements, someone posted, I posted. Thank you, who posted. Thank you, Palmer. Thank you. If you don't work with Hape and you have another way of grounding, just inviting us for 3 to 5 minutes to just ground ourselves. This is such a heavy topic. We've covered so much, such a spectrum. And yeah, just feeling ourselves rooted to the earth, remembering that we're from the earth and we will return to the earth, as so many presenters have shared and reflected with us. Specifically our sister Nikki, that our bodies are from the earth and we will return, our bodies will return to the earth. It really stuck with me, sister. Thank you for sharing that. So yeah, I'll just silence myself for a moment and invite anyone to work with their practice of grounding for the next 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. I'll still give some slow gentleness moving into my presentation, giving you some time to still ground your energy and so my presentation is, I'm going to share a little bit about my history. I'm going to share a little bit about my introduction into what led me to this topic, and then a little bit of the shadow, and then I'll bring us through a short exercise into the energy of, thank you, Andrea, into the energy of what I experienced in the more heightened, elevated, exciting part of the topic. So I'm going to start with, my history and experience. So I've been walking the path of alternative healing and working in the ceremonial psychedelic healing spaces for now 11 years. And I've held space as a facilitator, as a co-facilitator, as a support system. I've been a participant. I've really, I've held all sides of the blanket. And and yeah, so I feel I have a really broad spectrum now at this point in my life to pull from, broad spectrum of information. And I feel to share that how I was introduced was really, I'm really blessed to have been introduced to this path of healing with the utmost integrity and respect. I was really blessed at the beginning of my path to be brought to teachers and elders whom are in this. They're here. They've shown up for me, for us in this conversation. And one of them's coming right after me, and the next, or the big one's also coming for our closing prayer. But they really set the bar for me. They really showed me what is integrity, what is safety, no touching, sit up, sit in your space, stay in your space. They held a strict structure with high levels of integrity and high standards. And this set the framework for me moving forward, so that when I encountered or experienced ceremonies or facilitators or spaces that were not of integrity, I had the discernment because I had the tools right off the bat. And I just want to say that I'm so blessed and grateful for that, because I see so many people who are traumatized from these spaces, and they're not entering in a way where they're receiving the integrity that I was gifted with and blessed with. So I just want to acknowledge that first. Next is that through my journey, after I first started out with these beautiful integral teachers, I started wandering through the mud. They say no mud, no lotus. Well, I went from a very safe bubble deep into the mud. And I sat with all different types of lineages, of different facilitators, and I saw all these different containers and how they were held. And some were held very loose, and some were not held at all. And so I recognized with these different containers, there were different benefits that also came with looser containers. I had more freedom. Just to give an example, I started my work with the Shipibo, and the Shipibo and the Lakota. The Shipibo and the Lakota, and they're strict. They are the people that say no touching. Don't make noises unless you have permission. Don't sing without permission. Sit in your spot, sit up, don't lay down, keep your eyes open, and we're going all night. And we're not gonna really help you. Like, you have to help yourself. Like, it really puts you in your own sovereignty and forces you to do your own work. Then I sat with some facilitators who they were like, yeah, it's totally okay if you guys serve each other hape or cuddle, and like you can touch each other, and you can go over here and we don't even know you're over in the woods, and oh, where's this person? We lost them. And I've seen both sides of the spectrum, and it really brought my awareness to the spectrum. And sorry if I'm losing my words a little bit. And it brought me to the awareness of what I resonate with in these spaces of integrity. And so, yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of background history, a little framework of my experience and what I'm going to be speaking on. Next is that when I first started my journey, I had a lot of shadow work to do. I still have shadow work to do. I'm working on it. But 10, 11 years ago, I had so much shadow work to do, and I didn't even know that I had shadow work to do. So accessing the state of the psychedelic cosmic orgasm was very far away from me. That was not in my spectrum of accessibility at all. I had work to do. I had to go to the deep bowels of my own inner hell, and I had to dig through my mind, and I had to really like purge and detox and clear and keep doing the hard work and keep falling and keep fumbling and keep getting up and keep doing it again, and wanting to give up and not feeling like I want to keep doing this work, and this work is too hard, and am I ever going to accomplish healing? And so I struggled at the beginning. It wasn't always as beautiful as it is now for me when I work in these spaces. So, but because I started in such a sacred, integral container, I was shown that there is a possibility, and that view and that light of that possibility is what supported me to continue to do the work and trust the path and trust the medicines and trust the process and trust myself in that process. So for those who are just beginning the journey of working with these pathways for their healing, I just want to share that there is a possibility. There are ways, and it is possible. And with the right container, as Paul Mark is writing in the comments as well, with the right container, with the right structure, with the right tools, with the right safety, we can do this work, and this work does work. And what I will soon share with you is more of a celebration on where I arrived when doing this work. My next note here is now touching, bringing in the sexuality aspect, and this is the acknowledgement that there can be the presence of sexual energy, sensual energy in some medicines and some ceremonial spaces, whereas not others. So what I mean by that is I am a combo facilitator, combo guide. I don't like to call myself a combo practitioner. In the jungle, they're not calling themselves combo practitioners. I did go to the jungle and I went through heavy initiations I said, if I'm going to be a white woman carrying this medicine, I want to do my best to be in integrity with this. And so I went to the jungle, I went to the tribal people, I did my detoxification work with them, I did my dieta work with them, I received the blessings from the chief of the Matses to carry this medicine. And what I noticed in this work, because that was primarily the path that I started with, is that we never hear any stories about somebody saying that they were sexually assaulted during Kambo. And Kambo is not a sexual medicine. It's not a sensual medicine. It's a detoxification. And so I'm looking at this, and then I'm looking at where the accusations are coming from, what spaces they're coming from, what medicines are coming from. And they're coming from the spaces of ayahuasca. I hear mostly with ayahuasca, with bufo, with MDMA, with mushrooms, with mescaline. And so if we look at those medicines, they do have more sensuality with them. When the ego dissolves, we feel less in our mind and more in our body. And now we can feel more. And we're in this more somatic center, and we're feeling and we're breathing, and it's connecting us with our breath. And this is more sensual energy. And so I just want to acknowledge that those medicines hold that potential, because I think that part of the key of this is just acknowledging that those medicines can bring up that type of energy to begin with. Because if we're looking for safe facilitators and safe practitioners, but we're ignoring the fact that it could bring sensual, sexual energy into the field, then we're not asking those questions. of if that person is safe around that type of energy. So I just want to acknowledge that. Next, I want to acknowledge that in my journey as a facilitator and as a friend, I have had, and I'm sure many here have also had or have experienced this, I've heard endless stories of women and men being violated in these spaces with those specific medicines and healing spaces. And it's frustrated me, and it's brought out this angry mama, and I'm sad, and I'm hurt, and I'm angry, and I'm empathetic, and I feel like I want to go and change the world and make this stop, and how do I do this, and what can I possibly do as one person? And so we've heard all of these countless stories of violations, and not just in psychedelic or, in ceremonial spaces, but in the church, in the spaces of the church, in the spaces of even the pharmaceutical industry. We have heard these violations happening, not just in this realm, but this realm is not excluded from this energy that happens. Mentioning also that I am a certified advocate for victims of intimate partner violence. I became an advocate after I went through my own dynamic. And through my training to become an advocate, it's all the same. It's all the same methodologies that are used in situations of abuse that are also used with the churches here. And the hardest part for me is that these are holy spaces that people are coming to heal, and they trust. And so the violation, it feels more extreme when it's in a space of holiness, in a space of sacredness. So I know most people here resonate with that, but just sharing it again in case anybody is new on the call and for the replay. So now I'm going to share 3 experiences of the most extreme violation that I've experienced. We've heard other stories, but I'm going to speak on my own experience. The first one is, it's an experience where I felt powerless, and I felt like I wasn't sure what to do. And there's someone in the call here who has actually, I've reflected with him about it, because it's challenging when something like this comes up. It's challenging, and we want to do something, but we don't necessarily know what to do. And it brings us into our wounded child. And so that experience is, there's just, there was an occasion where I was attending ceremonies with someone, and this person is an amazing musician. He's amazing. He's so amazing. And he, in each ceremony that I've ever sat with him in, except for one, which someone in this room was present for, this man, amazing musician, he wasn't the facilitator, he wasn't the shaman, but he was going up to women in the ceremony, and he was kissing them on the cheek, or rubbing their back, or putting his like scarf around them. And I was watching him. I'm very coherent in these spaces, and I'm watching him do this. And it's just a little here, a little here, a little there, a little here, a little there. And I'm not the facilitator. I can't go up to him. I mean, I could, but I didn't want to go up to him and be like, hey, can you not do that? Because this person is in a position of authority. He was one of the musicians that's there, and the facilitators weren't doing anything. And this changed the whole dynamic for everybody that was present. The women that were there know that I'm a facilitator, and later they're coming up to me and they're saying, Astaria, I felt really uncomfortable. This was my first time with ayahuasca. You invited me here. Is this normal? And I was like, oh my God, I did invite you. I'm so sorry. No, this isn't normal. I didn't know this was going to happen. He did do it before, but I thought he wasn't going to do it again. And now he's doing it again. And it's very little, but it's so noticeable on the medicine. We're all so aware of everything that's happening. It was just, so that's one violation that I was just like, oh, why is this is just too much, you know? And they're going to increase in intensity. So I apologize. Bringing in some little bit of intensity here. So that was the first series of 3 violations that really, really hit me. The second was that I was in a relationship with a shaman, quote unquote, and he was doing things to women in the ceremonies that I was more new on the path. And again, I didn't have my voice yet, and I was his partner. So I didn't want to challenge his authority. But he was doing things such as going up to the women, and when they were having like almost convulsions with their bodies, he was climbing on top of them and holding them down, putting his whole body on top of them and holding them down. And I was just like, what is going on? Because I had been in so many spaces that are integral. There was none of that would ever be happening. None of that would be happening. If a woman was having a hard time, another woman would go to help that woman. It wouldn't be the male shaman climbing on top of her. There was one point when there was a woman who had a lot of sexual trauma, rape trauma, and he was doing this to her. And she said, please get off of me, please get off of me, please get off of me. I'm having a really hard time with this, and he wasn't getting off of her. And I talked about her with her the next day, and she's like, I had rape trauma, this was not okay. And she left the ceremony. It was too much for her. And eventually it happened to me. Eventually he also climbed on top of me, and that was extremely traumatizing as well. So I mean, there's so much more to each of these stories, but I'm just sharing a little bit of my experience of violations, so that yeah, we just being honest about it with transparency, so that there's awareness of what I've been through. At the end of the work with that shaman partner, I actually received a message from ayahuasca while I was on the medicine, and the ayahuasca, she said, Astaria, get up now and go and stand between him and the women. You need to stop him from doing this. And I was like, no, I don't want him to be upset with me. And she's like, get up now. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. And she literally got my body up and started walking my body over to him. And my mind was fighting. My body was like doing it. And she had me position myself between him and the next woman that he was going to go up to with his shakapa, and he's all going to do his thing on her. And I stood between him and the woman, and I was just so scared because I didn't want to upset him. And he just stood there, and he turned around and he walked another way. And she was like, go now to the next woman. And I went to the next woman, and I stood between, and he just like, it was like he didn't even see that someone was there. And then I did that a few times, and the guests, the participants, they started realizing what I was doing. And later they thanked me. They were like, wow, Astaria, thank you so much. Like, that was really weird. I've never seen anything like that before in a ceremony, but thank you for protecting us. And I talked to him about it later, and he said, I said, hey, sorry, I'm really sorry I did that. The medicine told me to do that. I'm really sorry. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen. And I was like, okay, yeah, it didn't happen. He's like, I saw this white wall of light, but I didn't see you. And I was like, okay, great, perfect. Yep, nothing, okay, bye. And I just like let it go. But yeah, I would say that container was the container with ayahuasca that I felt the most unsafe and powerless and scared and didn't know what to do. And like not wanting to challenge his authority, and he was my partner, and not wanting to upset him, and all of this. So yeah, that's the second big one. The third big one, this one is going to increase in intensity, and then we'll turn it back down. This one was the biggest violation for me and my physical body. And this happened with Bufo. My first time with Bufo, I had really waited, and I had studied, and I had really done my research and investigated about who I wanted to sit with and how I wanted it to be. And I know that sounds very controlling for a medicine that's very out of control, but I really needed to make sure that the container was what I felt safe with. And so I had a friend who he started serving Bufo around the same time that I started serving Combo, and we had an agreement that I would serve him Bufo Combo and he would serve me Bufo. And I'm letting someone into the room, might be a spammer, just giving you the heads up, Leo. It says double name. So I requested that we are in nature. I requested that I don't want to see him when I open my eyes. I've heard so many stories of when people take Bufo, the shaman, right when you open your eyes, and you're so full of love and you're just feeling, oh my God, you're just so in love with everything. And they put their face right there in front of you. So the first thing you see is their face when you're feeling all this love. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to see someone else's face when I first open my eyes. I want to see nature. I want to see bugs. I want to see leaves. I want to see the water. I want to see the earth. I want to see myself. I want to see my own hands. I want to have my own experience. And so I requested to this friend, I said, listen, I would like for you to make sure I'm safe, but I'd like for you to be behind me. Just make sure that I'm safe. I'll take care of myself. So this container, it was honored. It was honored. And because it was honored in all of the ways that I requested, I felt extremely safe in that container. And with this safety, I was able to truly tap into the full potential of what is available with working with Bufo. And mind you, this was my first time. And that safety that was there, that is what allowed that to happen. And what happened was, it was a complete, ultimate cosmic orgasm with God, with Goddess, with the universe, with myself. I completely merged into all of divinity and what is holy. And I had like a multi-orgasmic cosmic orgasm that completely opened up all of my being into love and divinity. And I just had tears in my eyes, and I was full of bliss and full of divinity. And everything was just the most beautiful that I've ever experienced in my entire life. I received the holy sacrament of God, of Goddess, of divinity. And from doing all of the shadow work, from doing the detoxing, from having a safe container that I created, and from having somebody that at that time I trusted, I was able to fully release, fully drop in, fully surrender, fully receive. And that is a moment in my life that I will never forget, that feeling and that moment. And I'm so grateful for that experience. The thing is that the man who was holding that space for me, he had attraction towards me, and he wanted more than just friendship with me. And so when he observed me going into this state of bliss and pleasure, I mean, I was in extreme bliss and pleasure. He wanted to have some of that. And he wanted that. And his desires and his fantasies started attaching to me. And I wasn't safe anymore. But I was still on the medicine. I was still in this state of love and bliss. And for me, it doesn't last just 30 minutes. For me, it lasts about 6 months, not the actual heightened experience, but the totality of what I was experiencing was in that moment, but feeling not all the way back to earth lasts a lot longer for me. And so with that, it was a good 3 days until I was like grounded kind of back into this realm. So I was in a really still blissful, like, I love everything. Oh my God, everything is so beautiful. Like, wow, I love this life, this experience, et cetera, et cetera. Point being is that within the next 24 hours, Leo, can't mute. Okay, I'll make you co-host. Leo, 1 second. Yeah, so within the next 24 hours of my, I asked for him to care for me. I said, can you please care for me for the next 24, 48 hours? And in that time, he was making sexual advances on me. And I wasn't in the state of really being able to consent no or yes or discern, because I was still really elevated in the state of love. And I would not have otherwise, I would not have consented. And so he did make sexual advances on me, and I would say that he raped me because it was not consensual. And he ended up attempting to impregnate me. And now I'm shifted from extreme safety and bliss to I'm traumatized and I need to give myself an abortion because I wasn't wanting to have a child with this person while he wanted to have a child with me. So I then, I actually ended up facilitating for myself a combo abortion. Combo is able to purge the walls of the uterus, and this is very vulnerable what I'm sharing, but this is a very traumatizing story, and this is the most traumatizing story that I've had in these spaces. And I was successful. I set the boundary with this person immediately. I stopped talking to this person immediately. I don't know if he's still facilitating. I think actually he stopped facilitating. I voiced it to the community that this happened and that I don't feel safe. So those are the traumas that I've had in these spaces, and why I'm very passionate about this talk and this conversation, because I don't want anybody else to have these types of experiences. And while I thought I was safe and these people were my friends and my partner, I wasn't. And I had to learn the hard way. And I'm hoping that others can learn from me learning the hard way. So moving into the next part, I've got like 18 minutes here. I'll try to move a bit faster. Is the timeline of safety and my mind fighting what was happening. So because of these experiences and because of that main experience with the bufo, I started to be really constricted and contracted. And then anytime I started to feel moving forward, this sensual energy coming out or wanting to come through me, I really was resisting it. And I was feeling like, no, this can't happen. I'm not safe. I'm not in a safe container. These people aren't safe. This is all not safe. I can't act like this. I have to stay here, which was in my mind. And so there was a lot from there. There was a lot of my mind coming in to protect me from going into feeling sensuality, moving forward, because of the lack of safety and trauma that I experienced in these spaces. And there were many ceremonies since then where I would feel this really sensual energy wanting to come through my body, specifically in ayahuasca, where I started like really breathing and starting to feel the flow of this energy wanting to work with me and wanting to move me, and me feeling not safe, very not safe, because of other people that are present in the circle. The next part is where I had the breakthrough of all of this. And that is actually, it was at an ayahuasca ceremony with somebody that's here in this room present. And because this person is here, who is here in this room, was present, was actually why I was able to then eventually feel safe and drop into this space. So now here I am. It's about 6 years later from that occasion. And I was at a beautiful ayahuasca ceremony in Guatemala with some amazing musicians. And I drank a bit too much ayahuasca at that time, but I just felt that I really needed to take more medicine to push myself to breakthrough. And I was so worried about everybody else and how everyone else was doing, and is this person okay, and are they going to be okay? I was in this facilitator role. I wasn't in the role of the receiver. And I decided, wait, the ceremony is going to be over soon. What am I doing? I need to receive, because I'm always giving. I'm always giving. I'm always giving. I'm always giving. And so I decided that I'm just going to allow the medicine to work with me, and that I'm in a safe container, and that this energy that wants to come through, I'm going to finally allow it to come through. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. And so when I gave myself this permission, because I was specifically there with somebody who at the time was a partner that I felt safe with, and he was sitting next to me, I felt like I could finally go into what this energy was. And when I allowed this energy to come into my field and experience now for the first time after 6 years ago being traumatized, I started to read and receive the energy in a different way. And what I received was that the energy that I was experiencing, it wasn't actually sexual. It was sensual. It was love, but it wasn't this sexual love. It was a sensual love, and it was my own love. It wasn't love from outside of me. It wasn't love that was coming from the medicine. It was my love that I had never felt. I had never felt my own love, because my own love was being sprinkled all around the whole world, going to everyone and being given to everyone, and not given to myself. And so in that moment, I was confused, and I was like, what is this? Oh my God, this is so beautiful. This is so innocent. It's so delicate. It's so sweet. It's so like, there's so much breath here. There's so much liberation here. There's so much beauty here. Like, what is this? And the ayahuasca directed me, Grandma Ayahuasca, she said, this is yours. This is yours. I'm not giving this to you. I'm showing you what your own love feels like. And if you give this love to yourself and not to everybody else in the whole world, it's actually going to be of greater service to this world if you give to yourself this love. But I need you to feel it. I need you to feel this love. And it's not sexual, it's sensual. There's a difference. And this belongs, sorry, my dog, he's agreeing. This belongs to you, this love, this belongs to you. This love belongs to you. And in that moment, there was somebody, a man that was in the ceremony, who came over and stood over me, and he wanted to get some water from the altar. And I started feeling really unsafe, because I could tell that this person wasn't coming to get water from the altar just to get water from the altar. I could tell that they wanted to see what was happening for me, because I was breathing deeply and making noises and going with my feathers over my body, and I was feeling myself, and I was really dropping in deeply into my experience. And in the moment that happened, I started to feel unsafe again. Started to feel unsafe. And that moves me into a little bit of the next part of this, which is that because I haven't ever felt safe, I haven't been able to drop into the space, because this space looks like something else. And if I'm in a ceremony and I'm not allowed to breathe like that without someone thinking, oh my God, she's having an orgasm. Oh my God, what's happening over there? Oh, and the fantasies and the desires and the distractions and the illusions that other people are having because they haven't done their shadow work projected onto me, that makes me feel unsafe. And I can't drop into my own experience of sensuality, of self-love with myself. So I realized that I've been needing to tap into this for a really long time, but I haven't felt safe in these spaces, drop into that, because it looks like what could be perceived as sexual energy. And it's actually, in my experience, it's not. With what I dropped into, it's not sexual, it's love of myself and breathing and feeling that and allowing that. And because society has created so much around sexuality and what it looks like, I feel like
If you want to shut it up.
I feel like there's a little bit of like a break. There's a little bit of a break. And I want to talk about how when I was a child and when we were children, I feel like we had access to this. We had access to this type of divine innocence of self-love and sensuality. And I feel that when we were children and we were attempting to tap into this or exploring this, we were told that's bad. That's not okay. Don't do that. That's sexual. We didn't know what sexual was when we were little. We didn't. We were hugging, we were feeling ourselves. We didn't know. We were in a state of innocence. And so I'm just touching on this because I feel that there's a connection of and differentiation of sexuality and self-attuned sensuality, touching into our own self-love. And I would love to see there being safety in these spaces for somebody to go into that space with themselves and it not be sexual or it not be preyed upon, or for it to be safe for somebody to go into a deep space of self-love with themselves without it disturbing others or without it being somebody coming up and wanting to penetrate me because I'm in that state. I'd like to feel safe to be able to go into that state deeply with myself, because that's part of my healing. That's part of my healing. And I feel like I haven't been able to heal because of the lack of safety in those spaces for so long. And I'm not all the way there yet, but I could feel the important, that gift that ayahuasca shared with me. She said, don't forget this. And you don't need the medicine to go here, Astaria. You can be in your own space and you can drop into that with yourself at any time and show others how to also do that, because that's what's needed. And it doesn't need to be perverted. It can be safe. It can be safe to go into that space. And so just checking my notes here. Yeah, I've covered most of it here. And so the next part is my final and closing part, which is I just want to do my best. If anyone is open for this, I just want to attempt, I haven't practiced this, but I would just like to attempt to guide us into what that is, what that energy is that I experienced, and see if we can just touch it a little bit individually for ourselves. So I'm going to bring us into a little guided meditation, inner attunement moment. And then I'll open up for questions. So I'll share 2 minutes of this, and then we'll go for 5 minutes of questions and reflections. So just sitting with ourselves, we can close our eyes if we're feeling to, and taking a deep breath in the nose Exhaling through the mouth. And giving ourselves a hug, holding ourselves, squeezing our arms, giving ourselves a hug, and continuing to breathe and breathing into our heart space. And letting ourselves know, letting our body know, letting our mind know, letting our soul, our spirit know that we are safe. That we are safe in our experience, and that we are grounded in our experience, and we are held in our experience by ourselves. And that we can trust ourselves, that we can trust our feelings of love for our own self, that we can allow our feeling of love for our own self, that we can breathe into our feeling of love for our own self, that it's not selfish to allow ourselves to love ourselves. Continuing to breathe, we can move our hands over our hearts. And I just send a prayer of asking forgiveness to ourselves, to our heart. Forgiveness for us, for any confusions that we may have held that have blocked us from accessing this essence of ourself. And I just want to put a few words to what this energy feels like to me. And when I go into this space, which I have, where I was brought to with myself, what I feel is it feels like this sacred innocence. It feels like sacred innocence, and it feels very light. It feels very free. It feels very playful. It feels very kind of like silly, like very childlike. It's this childlike divine love that I feel that we've fractured. It's gotten fractured. And so giving ourselves permission to remember what this divine, innocent, childlike, playful love feels like. And it feels like a huge smile inside of your heart. It feels like silliness and smiling and play and innocence and complete safety and trust and allowance. And it feels like it's yours. It's yours. Nobody can take it. Nobody can take it from you. Nobody can hurt it. Nobody can distort it. Nobody, you can say no. No one is allowed to distort this little divine, innocent love that you have, that we were all born with, that we all came here with. It belongs to us. It's ours. And maybe at some point that got distorted and it got taken away from us. But underneath, it's still there. It's still there, and we can tap into it. We can tap into this beautiful, divine inner child, innocent little child, playful sensuality of love for ourselves. I'm gonna end there. Thank you for allowing me to attempt to guide you into what that feels like. I'm going to do my best in the future to come up with a better practice. I would love to really support people to drop more deeply into what I experienced. So thank you for going on a little exploratory journey with me there. And yeah, that is my my presentation. It's about how we can touch into this aspect of ourselves with these medicines, and we can have cosmic psychedelic orgasms in safe spaces, and we can touch into the love that and that's what a lot of us are looking for, right, on this path, healing and self-love and self-care. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that into this spectrum and perception that we're sharing here in this topic. So thank you. That was heavy. I hope that it was supportive and serving, and I hope that I hope that it translated in the way I intended.
Well done, Astaria. That was fantastic. Not least to, you know, I congratulate you on your emotional depth presenting, and then channeling completely different energy right there, equally strong. Makes me think, what's our definition of safety? Yeah, and I think Stan Groff in LSD therapy, he talks about the three characteristics that guides, psychedelic therapists require, and what one is the ability to make other people feel that they can say anything, which is kind of different than kind of healing them, isn't it? And I can't remember what the third one was. Maybe someone else, a Groffian, can enlighten me.
Thank you, Steve.
I thought, by the way, hugging myself was surprisingly effective, and I would certainly encourage you to hone that particular exercise. Brian's got a question.
Yeah,
Can you
quick question, Brian, and then I will introduce our next presenter unless there's any other questions.
I love Groff.
Sorry.
You said the three. I believe you might have been referring to Carl Rogers. You said, what was the one that you said? The one quality?
The one I remember is that other people feel that they can tell you anything.
Unconditional positive regard.
Yeah, and I think the first one was more of a kind of, you know, healer basis, you know, whether that's kind of clinical psychologist, shamanistic, etc. I can't remember the third one.
Thank you, Brian. Leo, do you have anything to share? I haven't really heard from you, sister.
No, I'm just it's emotionally exhausting, but it's exhausting in this beautiful way that feels like we're creating this beautiful alchemy together, all of us together, and that it's for me, I've just loved the diversity of the last 22 hours or whatever. I feel like I've seen so many fresh perspectives, and the violations that have been discussed, and discussing women's violation of men, and just how we perceive sexuality, and how a lot of us are so wounded in coming into these spaces, and that there's predatory energies afoot that kind of target people who are so vulnerable that it's like a mark on their back. And one thing that came up for me was I don't think we're prepared to address within the psychedelic community that we are creating a culture of black sheeps. And the reason I say that is that I don't think we're doing enough as a community to support the black sheep narrative, because a lot of these people are coming into these communities and now they're experiencing the trauma that's coming up for them around sexual violations, and maybe they're having themselves get re-traumatized. Maybe that's part of their healing journey, but they're having sexual trauma come up for them. Then they're going back to their communities and going back to their families, and they are trying to address that with their communities in the same way that we saw Prince Harry go back to his family and try to change the dysfunction in that family. And they are being shamed, and they're being ostracized, and they're being excluded, and they're being kicked out of their families. So now you have people that are homeless, that are familyless. And we need our families. We need people that have unconditional love and regard for us. And so we are creating a new society And I just don't think we're doing enough to address the fact that we're creating a culture of black sheeps. And what are we doing to support those people? So it's just kind of an ongoing dialogue, but I feel like this conversation, and I see you as a monumental force in helping to create this. You and Mother Jaguar originally just having the seeds for this, and you having the willpower and the stardom to step into your own personal power and, you know, address your shadows and be transparent about your own shadows. And I just appreciate your raw vulnerability in others. But it's beyond words to describe. It really is. It's just an emotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, everyone. And I just want to acknowledge that I am seeing all of these comments and the acknowledgement, the love that everyone has sent me through my presentation. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that, being seen, heard, and held. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we are moving into the next hour, and I am so honored to link what I just shared with the next presenter. And the next presenter is who started my journey with integrity, which is what I mentioned at the beginning of my share, was that because I started my journey with integrity, I was able to discern what was not of integrity. And so we have here with us Roman Hannes of the Paititi Institute, which is a center in Peru. And Roman, I have you unmuted. There you go. Welcome, Roman. He has an amazing presentation for us that I'm so curious and interested about. It's actually about love spells. So I'll pass it over to you, Roman, if you want to give I can't actually say the word pusunga, if you want to.
Okay, thank you, Astaria. That was really healing and inspiring to hear you talk. And I feel it was a perfect segue into what I'm going to share. And I want to say hello to all of the people here. Hello, friends. Wonderful to see everyone. My name is Roman, and I'm working with the Paititi Institute. It's an organization I helped to co-found that is a non-profit organization for the preservation of ecology and indigenous culture. And my journey with these ancient traditions started about 23 years ago, and in 2001. And my main motivation was to heal from a genetic and incurable in Western medicine, often terminal illness in my intestines. And so because of that, I wasn't really compromised with the sideshow attractions that were available even then. At that time, and I was looking for real people who have themselves gone through deep processes and healed, struggled on their life path, and then came to the medicine and were able to get to know themselves through that and discover their healing potential. And so when I came to the Amazon 23 years ago, it was, like I said already at that time, I saw that the tradition was being greatly diluted and fragmented. And being fortunate enough to meet teachers who had much deeper insight into these traditions and integrity. And even then, of course, everyone have their weaknesses and strength. And what I've learned early on from my teachers in the Amazon, as well as other places, is that if you try to find someone perfect, you may spend your entire life to looking for this perfect teacher, and then you'll never learn anything. And if you learn something from everyone, then you will discover that perfect teacher in the greater whole, in the interconnectedness of our being. And then it's possible to evolve and progress on one's journey. And that has been my approach. And for the last 15 years or so, I have been engaged in documenting my experiences in a cohesive and clear way, something that can be relayed to the world as how these traditions used to be, what was the original intention and meaning. And that includes the love magic of the Amazon, the Pusanga tradition, which I don't specialize in that tradition, but I have been initiated into it by my teachers. I mainly studied with the Yagua, the Ashuar, the Witoto indigenous traditions. And then also I had two teachers. One of them was, she was half Shipibo and half Mestizo. And one of my teachers was Mestizo, who himself studied with many indigenous tribes from the Amazon from his young age. And so then I've been engaged in documenting what I've learned and looking for all the positive qualities that I've encountered in all of my teachers. Then I put together this mystical personage of my book. And his name is Don Sinchi. For the wisdom and knowledge of the different tribes that I've encountered in my life, as Astaria shared right before we began, is the childlike innocence that is considered by the many tribes of the Amazon, if not all of them, as to be the foundation of the living wisdom traditions. The childlike innocence, and that's the real wisdom. No matter how old we get, we can always remember that childlike innocence, and then help to sprout, to nurture that innocence, to become the fearless compassion. Right? We start with this tiny seed of innocence that is so fragile, so tender, so vulnerable, and then nurturing it in a safe container with a community of friends that are also having the same intention. And then that little sprout can transform into a millennial tree that is there to protect and support the ecosystem. And so that is the wisdom of the indigenous people that I have also worked with in my life and continue to. And so this approach, the living wisdom tradition, I find that it's been gradually being lost also within the indigenous culture as well, because of the advance of colonialism and the macho culture, which is very much being played a part of the indigenous tribes today, is many of them that I have encountered. And then a lot has to do with us, the Western culture, that has come to reignite this ancient wisdom and has come to learn from it. And at the same time, people nowadays come into these traditions and anything goes. Nobody knows how it's supposed to be like, what it's supposed to be like, what was the meaning in ancient times, the intention. And then anything goes, and then people don't know left from right, and then tend to get more and more confused and then see how it is being presented today and think that that's how it's always has been. And that's not really the case. The indigenous traditions, even the different tribes, people think nowadays that experiencing ayahuasca with one tribe or with one indigenous person, and it's like that with all of them, and actually it's not. You go to each tribe and it's very distinct. Sometimes it will feel like a completely different medicine that you're drinking with completely different effects, and how people are being with that. And so that has been a cause of concern in my life, to see how much is being diluted, and then people just make things up and create spiritual bypasses. And so that's been the intention of the book that I've been writing for the past 15 years. I've been recently accepted by a big publisher, and there are plus and minuses that come together with that. The minus is that it will take probably another year and a half for it to be published, but I will read a chapter from it. This will tie into the greater topic, I believe. So the name of the character that represents all the positive qualities that I encountered is Don Sinchi. And so I'll read this chapter. So Don Sinchi said, it's a very large topic, and there is a whole branch of evolutionary science dedicated to it in the Amazon called Pusanga. Nowadays, it is mostly known as love magic, accomplished with the help of perfumed spells and Varmi dietas that engage the raw powers of instinctual attraction. However, even though instinctual energies appear to be very powerful, they are neither lasting nor reliable. The good pusangueros will tell you that even the best spells are temporary, and if there is no conscious evolutionary connection for true love to manifest, the spell will eventually fade. True love becomes a reality only when you begin to be true to yourself, by facing your shadows and igniting your heart spark over and over again. Originally, Pusanga was meant to be another reminder to transform passion into compassion by awakening the higher wisdom of instinctual impulses. Unconsciously grasping onto the appearances without seeing their symbolic meaning on the inner level of human qualities is disastrous. It's like trying to get closer to the sun by jumping into every swampy puddle that merely reflects the light, but can never be the source of it. Toe, and so in this chapter I present also this plant medicine, very powerful plant teacher, Toe. Toe, with its intoxicating scent, is a master plant of the highest degree within the Pusanga mystery school because it works with underground water streams. After a very prolonged training, initiation, and preparation, the mother of Toe can help you navigate the darkness of the underworld. It's up to each practitioner, however, to establish a genuine incentive for the creative energy to be liberated from its vicious cycles into the light of heart-centered awareness. To develop the motivation necessary to ingest the sacred plant, one must dive into the muddy puddles enough times first to realize that the source of light is found in the opposite direction. In ancient times, the evolutionary focus of the intimate relationship was for two people with a foundation of inner love to look in the same direction together rather than obsess over each other. The evolutionary path of the heart is about mutual support and inspiration, and not the suffocating dependency on external conditions and appearances. The elder paused and looked at me curiously, adding, "I guess you're the one to tell me how the love relationships are like nowadays." I caught myself answering somewhat in a disenchanted mood. In the modern world, people obsess with each other so much, and yet global divorce rates are the highest in history. My personal experience of intimate relationships is as follows. A perfect image of that special someone is projected onto another human being, who is potentially a good movie screen for it. It's the prince on the white horse or the princess in the tower, reenacting an ancient archetypal theater. It all starts from an initial infatuation with a fairy tale fantasy where we live happily ever after together. Usually it lasts around 6 months, more or less. At a certain point, however, a plot twist develops. After all, each partner within a relationship is their own individual, and each has both masculine and feminine qualities within. Instead of seeing the significant other as a human being, we think, no, you have to be that princess or that prince for me. I need you to be a certain way for me because that keeps the theater going. The other person can't keep up with the role of needing to be someone specific for someone else all the time. Then we get upset. Why can't you be that for me? I have depended on a movie screen for so long, and suddenly there is a wake-up call from reality. The fairy tale is over, and the telenovela soap opera begins. Don Cinci chuckled at my response and continued with a sympathizing tone. By becoming fluent in the dream language of nature, the intimate relationship becomes an invitation to cultivate the attractive qualities that the significant other is reflecting in yourself. You must also be ready to face the shadows of your ignorance as another cornerstone of a healthy relationship. But if you conveniently forget to face yourself and expect someone else to do all the work for you, the relationship degrades into a consumerist dependency. When intimacy is based on projections and expectations, it becomes draining. Sooner or later, such a relationship becomes a shadow version of itself. The prince on the white horse becomes the troll under the bridge, and the princess in the tower becomes a malevolent hag whose only purpose is to make your life miserable. All the inner shadows in any long-term relationship eventually rise to the surface. Yet, if people don't wish to face themselves, then their shadows get blamed on another. The evolutionary relationship, on the other hand, is an inspiration to share freedom with each other. You wish yourself and your lover to be a human being first and foremost. An evolutionary foundation of relatedness and friendship allows for the most fulfilling relationship to blossom. There must be a mutual encouragement for each other, for each of the betrothed, to do their own inner laundry. Instinctual infatuation can never provide such a foundation, although of course biological attraction is also essential. There has to be that basic attraction, yet it must go beyond it into a solid friendship based on a deep affinity and connection to heart-centered life values. The real glue of any sustainable relationship is the willingness to actually walk alongside each other on the path of awakening the heart's wisdom through thick and thin. Without a deeper friendship established within the relationship, it's a recipe for disaster. The initial instinctual connection is not sustainable at all. Inevitably, the moment of truth arrives. I'm here with this person. What do we have in common besides the inevitably waning animalistic attraction? The disparities in life values will only become more apparent over time until they're either faced or make the relationship fall apart. That's why a foundation of friendship is so instrumental for each individual to keep blooming over time, just like these toy flowers. A lasting, intimate connection finds nurture in the undercurrents of our magnetic, intuitive tugs on our hearts. With a steady root foundation, the wish-fulfilling tree of an inspiring relationship can develop immensely for the benefit of the entire ecosystem. Remember when we reflected on how trees get to be so tall, wide, and strong because they are not living and growing against anyone or anything. Don Cinci paused to observe a hummingbird that flew over to drink the nectar of the flowers in front of us. Then he looked back at me and continued. This brings us back to our Amazonian cosmology of how human beings are meant to be happy, just like birds fly in the sky. Of course, we can dream about the divine union leading us into timeless joy, but without understanding the inner language of evolution, we keep being duped by appearances. By awakening the longing for inner wholeness, however, you can be nurtured by the nectar of all those essential human qualities that you find so irresistibly attractive in others, without hurting them. When cultivating these qualities, we face all our shadows with the motivation to dedicate our blossoming heart to the well-being of others as well. We become the cross-pollinating hummingbirds who drink the nectar of wisdom from the flowers of the collective experience. Divine union is based on complementary opposites. We get unconsciously drawn to the polar opposites in our lives. Since opposites do attract, if it's father-son's qualities, I am attracted to them, maybe I'm more intuitive, receptive, and emotional, while the mental approach to life totally boggles me and yet feels irresistibly attractive. If it's the Mother Earth's qualities that are profoundly seductive, then a very emotional, fluid, and spontaneous way of being may be incomprehensible to an overdeveloped logical mind. There are many qualities of the divine union expressed through many life forms and the elements of life that surround us to learn from. We may even find ourselves pulled by different qualities at different times in our lives based on what is needed for us to open up in each phase of the evolutionary journey. By uniting the mind and the heart within, we begin to witness the wholeness of the greater organism in each moment. Okay, so I think that's the part of the chapter that I will read today, what is relevant in this process. And so I find it's very connected to what Astaria has shared before I came on, and at a certain point, you, Astaria, shared how you were going through this very profound universal orgasm experience, and then people or someone was wanting that and not knowing how to do it in themselves, wanting to get it through you. And that experience is quite common in the Amazonian tradition, how my teachers presented it to me, because it does work with the wisdom of nature that is the power, the raw powers within us all. There are those uncontainable forces of nature, and then we cannot contain them, we cannot prevent them from happening, but we can harness them through our heart. We can learn how to harness those energies. There is a saying that a human being is a bridge between animal and God and everything in between. And so then how can we be those conscious bridges in our lives? And so within the Amazonian Pusanga tradition, that's also another one of those parts that has gotten fragmented and is now being used for power. And someone wrote in the comments, hurt people hurt people. And that is what is happening, because within the culture itself that has been fragmented, that has been broken, the spirit of the people has been broken, the culture has been taken away from the people, it has been persecuted for many generations. And so, of course, the culture has its own wounding. And it's important to understand that when we go into these cultures for healing, to take into consideration that it's not about holy cow worshipping. And within these traditions, people, they have their own share of healing to do. And we can support each other in that healing rather than expecting something to always happen from the outside, some kind of a savior who will come and help us. And so I think it's so instrumental that Astaria encouraged people to really take it into their own hands, to learn how to be your own healer. That's what these traditions are about. Part of the fragmentation is that it has become about the outside in these traditions as well nowadays. Even the indigenous people, they go to the healer and they expect nowadays the healer to do it for them. And that's not how it has been before this culture started to fall apart. And so how we come into these cultures, what we present to them, instead of just maintaining the same mentality as in allopathic medicine. Okay, I'm gonna go to someone and just put me to sleep and operate on me and heal me and do whatever you want. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to face it. I don't want to do anything about it. Just do it for me. And so, of course, with that mentality, then this kind of corrupted mentality is encouraged when people basically give away their own power by coming to these traditions. And what I found the most essential is to trust but check. It's very important. And coming to the indigenous people and actually seeing what they are about. What is their belief system? Are they confused themselves? Are they working with some kind of mystical powers that they are dominated by and then dominate others through? Or is there clarity through which each person is encouraged to awaken their own true nature? And so I find nowadays, people go into these ayahuasca ceremonies, which is kind of like, a brain surgery in a way, but then not caring about the credentials and ending up with a lobotomist instead of a brain surgeon, and then being traumatized. So then, of course, I find that it's the people who go to these traditions, the greater awareness that we cultivate. Of course, 23 years ago, ayahuasca was not a household name like it is today. And only people within very esoteric circles knew about it, people who were yogis for many years or who practiced different spiritual traditions. And nowadays, anyone knows about it. It's a very common name. And then people don't have the same foundation as they did have 20 years ago when they would go to these traditions, when they weren't known. And then, without any foundation and anything goes, then, it's also part of our responsibility to really bring discernment, to bring awareness. What is this about? What the hell are you doing? And that just reminded me when I said that, but I had an experience early on. When I was younger, I was a lot more of a kind of this warrior for justice, and I kicked many shamans out of their own ceremonies. Once I became more settled into my own process and did not agree with some of the moral values that I've encountered. And I guess I can share a little bit of that story, and then I'll open the space for question and answer. But basically, there was this one healer that I worked with after my first year of apprenticeship. And that was, again, 23 years ago. And I worked with him, and of course, I never personally experienced anything with him, any issues. And he seemed to be a very knowledgeable healer who had a lot of insight, and he definitely knew how things should be. But I saw that he wasn't really putting so much effort at that point of his life himself. Many healers come to that point, from what I've seen, is just working very hard, initially doing lots of dietas, and then coming to a certain place of transformation and finding some powers, and then becoming comfortable with that. They can provide for their family, they can earn a living, they have different powers, they've overcome some of their own issues, and then they don't want to do any more of the work. And then they start to stagnate as a result of that. And so then I've studied with that person, and I learned some things from him, how things should be done. I didn't, focus on the negative, but then there was this one local woman who I knew who started working with him as well. And after a few months, she came to me with a great concern, and she told me that in the ceremonies, he started to harass her. And he started to, he tried to kiss her in the ceremony, he tried to touch her inappropriately. And she told me that if it was just up to her, if it was just her, she would have left and never came back to him, but she was concerned about other women who came to his ceremonies. And so I tried to speak to him privately, because I did want him to be well. I did learn some good things from him, and I wanted to reciprocate that. And so I tried to speak to him in private, and he was very adamant, and he did not want to hear anything. And after a few attempts to talk to him and try to bring his awareness to the issue, there was no other choice. And so then I spoke to my friend, and I told her, we're going to go on to the next ceremony, and then we're going to drink with him. And once the effects of the medicine start to go online, then she's going to ask him. I told her, ask him, what the hell is he doing? And if there's any issues, I'll be there to support her. And that's what we ended up doing. So we went to his next ceremony. He had quite strong brew. And as the medicine started working, she asked him about it in front of everyone. And there were a lot of people in that ceremony. There was more than half ceremony were people from his village. And the other people were foreigners who came to sit with him. And so then as soon as she asked him that question, he became very, very angry. And that's one way you can see, right, if there is something there, if the reaction is very disproportionate. And so he became very angry, and he started screaming at her. He started screaming at her to shut up and to stop talking, and to not ask him anything, because she's disturbing his work. And he became very angry. And then I told him not to scream at her and to answer her question, because it relates to his work. And then he became even more angry. And as he became even more angry, he got up from his seat and he ran over to me, and he stood over me, and he lifted his knuckle over me, and he said, "You want to fight? You want to fight? Let's go outside and fight right now." He wanted to physically fight with me. And I looked at him calmly. The medicine was very strong at that point, so everything was shaking and vibrating. And I looked at him calmly, and I told him, "Listen," I said, "I don't want to fight with you, but I will fight if I have to." And at that point, he backed off right away, and the energy was like a million of watts at this point. And that kind of energy, because he was not in the right, it basically kicked him out of his own center. And he ran away in the middle of the ceremony from his own center. He was a very old and so-called, very respected shaman in his community at that time. And definitely, I did not enjoy, seeing that happen, but it had to happen. And so he ran away from his ceremony and hid in the bushes about 100 meters away from it, and then kept singing his Icarus from the bushes. And so the locals, they stopped coming to him afterward. Nobody wanted to go to him, and the foreigners that were in that ceremony, they didn't understand much of what was happening, but they got a sense that something was very wrong. And this healer, he got very upset with me. So then he lost all of his powers, all of his doctorcitos. They left him in that ceremony, and he got punished by Mother Nature because he got confronted, and he knew that he was being very ignorant. And then he had to go on a few months solitary dieta without seeing anyone in the rainforest, just to recuperate some of the powers that he had. And then once he recuperated those powers, then he started doing black magic on me and the girl as well. She almost died from tuberculosis, and I almost had my leg amputated. But basically, yeah, that's how even the healers that go on very prolonged, very strict, serious dietas, that does not mean that their integrity is good, right? They can gain some powers through these dietas and then use it to perpetuate their ignorance. And it's good to be aware of that ayahuasca, she is also used for shaman wars and magical darts that the shamans try to kill each other with. And so it's not just how we perceive it to be. And so it is an instrument, it's a tool. How skillfully do we utilize this instrument? We can hammer nails with a microscope, and it's not going to do such a good job. And so in my experience, it's very essential to see that these traditions, they are what we make of them, and the intention that we bring, and the insight and discernment. And then if we go into these traditions and we actually bring those questions up to the table, and we ask questions, and we don't take things for granted and think, oh, they know what they're doing, and I'm just going to go along blindly, but question things. Of course, it's good to do it skillfully, but not to just blindly do whatever everyone else are doing. And to take some time and to get to know the people who are leading the ceremonies and what they are about and how they are in their everyday life. That's how it used to be in the ancient times. It wasn't a tourist kind of experience where you just go to someone and you just have your little vacation, spiritual vacation time, and then you go back. But in ancient times, people would take their time. They wouldn't just drink with any person that comes their way, and they would get to know them and spend some time and help them out in their everyday life. That was also the approach that I took when I initially came in 2001. I started to live with them and to get to know in everyday life and see how they are and how they deal with their struggles. in everyday life and the issues that are coming up. Because yeah, anyone can go into a ceremony and make a theater happen and sing some nice songs. But then that's not the point, even though many people today think that it is. And within this tradition, it's very important to understand the language of nature, which is basically the same thing as know thyself, a relationship with oneself, a loving relationship with oneself, as Astaria mentioned. It's so instrumental to establish that foundation. I'm not going to go and get to know some kind of another tradition. I'm going to get to know myself through the lens of that tradition. But that's the real focus. And then I can get to know the inner landscapes of my being and see how all of those energies work and how those instinctual energies work. On the unconscious level, I'm attracted to some kind of appearance, but it's not really the appearance that I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to those qualities, to the states of being that are represented, that are symbolized by that appearance. And many shamans today, they don't know that language themselves. And they see someone have that experience, they don't have a clear way to get to that experience themselves. And then they try to manipulate someone or someone else's experience for their own petty egotistical needs. And so that's very important, not to perpetuate that unconsciously ourselves, but to actually question and wonder, and what is this about and how this works. And of course, as Astaria mentioned also initially, it's very hard for someone who doesn't have a spiritual foundation or a practice, or has but a very basic one, not enough to maintain that awareness within the intensity of the ceremony, and then get lost and not know how to navigate it. And that's why, even especially with that in mind, to really take the time to see that I'm not going with some kind of a performer or someone that I have no idea who that is, but I'm going with a friend. I'm going, and a spiritual friend in these traditions is someone who wishes you well and knows what that means. And so to really take the time and make sure that there is a connection, is a relatedness to the healer's perspective, their path, their discipline, their direction. And then it's possible to go into a ceremony because the healer is already kept accountable through you checking who they are beforehand with them. And I find that with me as well, the more that people come to me with openness, honesty, vulnerability, and questioning, the more I feel responsible to honor the people's intentions. But of course, if people just go to have an ayahuasca in roller coaster, psychedelic circus, spiritual performance, then there is no accountability for the healers. They're just going there to perform, and then they feel like they're, rock and roll star, and then they are entitled to, to fans and what do you call them, followers, and they can take advantage of people. And that's not how that works. My teachers, they taught me that, it's not so romantic to become a healer. You think that you're going to become a healer and it's such a great job. You're becoming a garbage man. You have to learn how to deal with your own garbage and the garbage of other people, and you have to be very aware of it. And so, of course, this within the Western world, it's more clear nowadays. It's still happening, but it's more clear within the health professions, where there have to be maintained healthy boundaries. And you have to be aware of transference and counter-transference, where somebody is idealized at first and then they're demonized after. And then, of course, that also works with people who come to these traditions and want some external savior to help them, and then discovering that that is never going to be possible, and then demonizing everyone around. So, of course, it works that way as well. And again, it's up to our collective awareness, I feel, because it's not someone in specific there are people who acting out this mentality, but it is a mentality. It's not that by eradicating one person, we can take care of this issue. I tried, I can vouch for that. I tried and I kicked quite a few shamans of their ceremonies, and then I saw that it was not really helping on a greater scale of things. And it's up to us to raise that awareness and to help each other with that. So this is a little bit of my share on the topic. And so now, if there are any questions, comments.
Thank you so much, Roman. Such an honor to have you here and see you and hear you. And I'm always so grateful to sit for your wisdom, Romanisms, as some of us call them. Yeah, we have some comments, or we have some questions here. I'll read some of them to you. I answered some of them, but inquiry about your book, and you did mention it, but yeah, we have some people that are interested in your book. So that's one. Another one is curiosity about your healing and incurable diseases and how you're doing now. And yeah, there's a lot of other beautiful reflections, but those are the two questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the book, in terms of the book, it's going to be ready. Like I said, I mean, the book is ready right now, but I'm working with a big publisher because I don't want to do the self-publishing. From what I understand, takes a lot more than even writing a book nowadays to self-publish. And so I have a lot of other responsibilities in my life, but it will be ready in about a year and a half, from what I understand, because they want to bring greater clarity and insight. And this book is actually specifically honoring the Yagua nation wisdom, because it is also disappearing nowadays. And it's not so known in the Western world. So today, the most popular tradition is the Shipibo tradition, and the other traditions, they are not so known to people. And like I said, each one of them is quite distinct and is focusing on the specific, very specific aspects of the human evolutionary journey. And the Yagua people, they have one of the most elaborate cosmologies in the Amazon rainforest that is practically unknown. And the people are struggling greatly. And so the Yagua tribe that I was adopted to early on in my life, they are struggling, and they're just doing their best under the circumstances. They don't know how to integrate themselves into the modern world. And at the same time, they've been relocated into a reservation by the Peruvian government 40 years ago, and they don't have enough land to sustain themselves. And there's many issues. I just recently went there about a month ago to visit my tribe, and in the middle of malaria epidemic. And then through the COVID, they've greatly suffered. And then I see all these 14-year-old girls in the tribe, or 12-year-old girls even, and they have little kids with them. And at first I thought that maybe they're their brothers and sisters, but I asked, and it turned out that they're their children. And during COVID, there were the health department, the Peruvian health department was going there, and then all of those medical health technicians that were doing surveys and trying to give vaccines to people, they ended up taking advantage of all those little girls. And because they don't have any food to eat and they don't have anything, and then they just give themselves for some food or little money. And it was really sad for me to see, and really brought my heart to tears. And so then the resources from the book and also the other initiatives that we do at our institute, they will go towards establishing an ancestral center in the tribe, where the children are not just educated by the Western education system and the health department of Peru. but they remember their own ancestral values and meaning, and they start to be proud of who they are and not try to hide it. And then they can teach their children how to have that greater respect for themselves and not to sell themselves short. And so that is the inspiration for the book, is to also to establish an integral medicine healing center that will also work with their traditional remedies and with their wisdom, and also help to establish some boundaries and preventative measures so they're not taken advantage by the Western civilization today. So that's in terms of the book. And what was the second question? Or in terms of my health condition. So the health condition that I had 23 years ago when I came to the Amazon was Crohn's disease. It took me about 8 months once I came to the Amazon rainforest to go into the full remission from that illness. And I've been in full remission ever since. And at the same time, healing from that incurable in the West condition was just the tip of the iceberg in my own life. And then that opened the pathway to much deeper healing that continues to this day. And these traditions, like I shared in the beginning, the greatest wisdom is the childlike essence, the beginner's mind. And so then that means evolutionary healing, which is continue to learn what it means to be a human being in a human body. That's what my teachers in Amazon taught me. Just having a human body does not make you into a human being. This is something that has to be learned and cultivated throughout one's whole life. And that's very inspiring to have that purpose, to have that continuous purpose, and to keep taking step by step.
Thank you, Roman. There's a few more comments, and I just want to mention that our next hour, it's okay if we do go over a little bit here, because our next hour is there's not a presenter, but there's a moderator. So if we go a little over, it's okay. We have a sister who is in Urubamba, and she, Bridget, and she would like to connect with you in the future. And so, yeah, she will be reaching out. And we have a few more questions, lots of gratitude and appreciation. Vanita C says, my
I see my
herbalist.
kids knocking on the window behind me.
Oh, hi. Hello, look at the babies. There's the childlike play coming.
Yeah, they're constantly teaching me.
Oh.
Say hi, Munchkin. He's waving his hand.
Oh.
That's my older son.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten to meet them yet, but I will.
They're amazing.
Or they're teenagers. So we have Vanita C. She has a question for you. One of my herbalist teachers mentioned women are more connected to Mother Earth energy and plants. Is that true in plant medicine ceremonies?
So, of course, we all have both feminine and masculine within each one of us. And at the same time, women are more connected to Mother Nature just because of having those moon cycles and the ability to flow and be receptive. So that in itself is already the wisdom of the Great Mother. Something like in the Northern Native American tradition, the men have to bleed through the sun dance where women do it naturally. And then men have to put more effort into that. And then, yes, I do find that also with ayahuasca, of course, that women are more receptive, more intuitive with it. And again, my teachers taught me that actually, I think now they're both of them together there. Now they're both knocking on the window behind me. Okay, I'll see you guys in a second. My big one is lifting the small one so you can see me through the window. So yes, my teachers taught me that actually, because for women it's easier. Then initially, in the ceremonies of ayahuasca, women may take it more for granted, and then maybe will not engage as deeply with the ayahuasca tradition as men do, because for men it's I've been blocked for this intuitive wisdom all my life, and suddenly it becomes open within me. So then there is a more of a dedication to the discipline, to the tradition initially for the men that may take place just because of being disconnected from it for so long. But then once women do become more engaged, they become much better than men within the tradition. So there is this initial step where the men become more connected, and I think nowadays maybe that's why there's more male practitioners within the ayahuasca tradition, within the plant medicine tradition. But then the women who do engage and who do practice and persevere on the path, they become a lot more skillful. Then they have the potential to become a lot more skillful. So that's how it was presented to me by my teachers.
Wow, that's inspiring as a woman. Thank you. There's another question. We have Diosa is asking, and this is in reference to the young girls that you came across, and she's wondering if anything has been set up to help them, and if so, please share the information. Thank you. How could she
Well,
help?
it is a step-by-step process, and when I visited them during malaria epidemic, the whole tribe they were like 1 month in the midst of malaria, and so I just brought them some basic food supplies to help them out, and shared with them some of the preventative remedies that I found effective myself from malaria. And then it is a long-term vision that we have. It is in the works. And so right now, of course, bringing the book into the world and encouraging people to connect with that wisdom, to apply it into their own life, so that there is a reciprocity. So it's not like, we're kind of giving handouts to these people, but we appreciate their knowledge, their wisdom, their heritage, and then we are supporting them through our own appreciation and gratitude. I feel that it's very essential, because so much is being done in an unhealthy way. I find within the tribes where the Westerners go, and there's this kind of mentality, just throw money at them. There's a problem, just throw money. And then that greatly disempowers the people, and it creates this begging mentality that they don't believe in their own power and ability, and they always are waiting for handouts. So that is something that our organization stands against. We've seen too much damage done with that kind of mentality. And so this gradual work, so I've been adopted by the Yagua officially, on paper I've been adopted because they have to go with the population census. So officially I've been adopted in 2011, but unofficially in 2004. And then it's been this process of developing mutually empowering relationships with the tribe, and supporting them throughout the years, and helping them. So we've supported them with clean water system many years ago. And then our institute has been doing a lot of work also in the Andean mountains, but we are still engaging and seeing ways of how we can collaborate. Initially, in 2012, I believe, we established a water purification system, because they had this water pump that was pumping water from deep in the ground, and the missionaries came there, in the Catholic missionaries, and they created this pump. They made this pump for them to pump water from the ground, and then they put on the pump something from the Bible about, you drink these waters and you drink from me and you become connected to God, something like that. But then there was no filter. There was just a pump. And then people would get more and more sick. They all had parasites, huge bellies. And the church was, kind of doing its thing. And so then we just helped them create water filters with the readily available materials around them. So the chunks of rocks and charcoal and sand. And so then that helped them more than, the quote from the Bible that was put on the water pump there. And so then gradually like this, we try to work with them and see how they can really awaken their own power, awaken their own capacity to engage with the challenges in their lives and to help them out with that. So now when the tourists go there in the tribe, they mostly survive by selling the trinkets, and they swarm the tourists and they do a little show and a dance. And then people just, give them some pennies and think that they've done a great thing and they help them. And then that doesn't really help them, maybe for the day. And so then how can we create something where they can honor their culture? They don't have to sell out to tourists and just dance like, beggars on the street. And then how can they cultivate? And for example, right now, only a few people in the tribe still speak their original language. And so then it's such a beautiful language, and some of it I mentioned throughout the book. But this is something that we can really be in awe of these traditions rather than see them as this kind of like performance show that, we just get entertained by. That's not what it's for. And so it inspires me to continue developing relationships and have a mutually empowering way where they don't have to beg. And we don't have to feel like we're giving handouts, but we can actually be very grateful for this knowledge, for these people who are still alive and bringing their lineages through into the world today that is quite confused. So that is what I can share. Someone is asking me here in the comments, let's see. Oh yeah, how to assist the people. So you can connect on our website, Paititi Institute, paititi-institute.org. And you can see we have fund section or support section. And then you can see some of the initiatives, if we have it mentioned right now, or some of the initiatives we have done in the past. And then we will keep updating people. You can also sign up on our mailing list and see the different initiatives that we do. All of the work that we have done, that I have done for the past 23 years, and our institute for the past 13 years, it's been funded mostly by our own retreats that we offer to the world. And so then we haven't really done anything with big organizations like United Nations or that have their own agendas, but it's through our own work and the retreats that we facilitate in our institute. Then the funding from that has gone, a lot of it has gone towards the support of our nonprofit initiatives, whether it's the cultural healing exchange programs where we go to the remote indigenous settlements where they've already lost contact with their original heritage and they don't have any support from the modern government health department. And then we bring healers from around the world. We treat people for free with natural healing modalities. We also bring their own healers to bring back their own heritage and remember the plant medicines and the tools they have available. And then during COVID, we feeded over close to 700 families, if I count both here in the Andes and also in the Amazon. So we supported close to 700 families in native communities because they had no support, no food being provided, the roads were shut down by the government. And so we try to do the best we can, but of course there's only a few of us, and then the more of us that awaken to the vision of humanity, then the more it becomes possible. But definitely stay in tune with us, and we have many different projects that we are developing and working on to help transform the world for the better.
Beautiful. Thank you, Roman. We have one more thing coming up here, and then I would love to, if you have a moment, and you haven't yet met Patricia Ann Davis, she's here in the room, and she's an elder wisdom keeper, and you guys haven't met yet. I would just love to connect the both of you maybe after we close your moment. And she also had something to share about what she's experiencing in that's synonymous to what you're describing in the north where she is. So that the topic, the request is around your documentary, The Sacred Science. And if you could mention this and speak more about it.
Well, in 2010, there was a documentary called The Sacred Science that was filmed at our institute about the work that we are doing. Of course, the documentary only touches upon one aspect of the sacred science, or the evolutionary science of how the indigenous people refer to it, which is the healing of physical illnesses. But it goes much, much deeper into the evolutionary healing beyond just the physical. And so the the book that is going to be published, it talks a lot more in depth about it. There are also some educational books that we are going to have available. That's going to be just available on our website, where you can also see more about it. And that is the vision of our institute, is to continue developing this ancient science in a way that it can be relevant to the world today. And so to have a facility where we can bring different healers from the indigenous people, from the mestizo people, and from the Western world. And then we can have an integral medicine clinic that is utilizing the natural healing approaches from all worlds, and then studying, documenting them, and continuing to see that ayahuasca ceremonies is not just a concert. And there are very profound ways to work with it. And it's not just how the academia, the modern academia, they're trying to put it in a capsule and then make it generic and take the tradition element out of it and just document the effects. And I don't believe in that. And this is where the academia world and I part ways, because there is such a great influence by the tradition, by the healer, that makes all the difference within the healing process. That to take that out and just make it into a generic pill beats all the purpose, in my experience. And so, yeah, to continue honoring the ancestral ways and make them practical and relevant in the modern world, so that it's not just a relic in a museum that remains out of it, and then we just go to appreciate it, but there's no practical and relevant application in our everyday life. That's not what these traditions are for. And so it's essential to keep them alive through our own lives, by ourselves getting real with ourselves and with the world that we live in. So yeah, that's what I can.
And we have another question, and that is, two people are asking the same question. And what is the ideal, just make sure I'm reading it correctly. What is the ideal group number of people in ceremony wise? How many people, what is the ideal number of attendants in the ceremony spaces?
Well, I don't think that there is an ideal number. I do find that it depends on how experienced the people are, what is the foundation of the inner work with oneself. I do find also another part that I don't resonate with is just isolate ceremonies outside of the greater cultural context. So I don't do that in my work. I don't work with individual ceremonies. I only work within a retreat container where we are together at least for 10 days. And then there is a collective process, and people don't just go in and out of the container, but we start with the people together, and then we continue with the same people throughout the whole container, and then we gradually work with our collective intentional field. We experience the transformation of energy gradually happening. It's not just the ceremonies. And again, what I've learned from my teachers, I can sum it up in one sentence. Consciousness is the main healing agent. Everything can support consciousness, but nothing can substitute it. And so, yeah, in my experience, it was never about just a one-time ceremony. And this is not how these traditions were meant to be. And there's so much more, and there are other practices and perspectives, the worldviews, the cosmologies, the creation myths that are considered to be medicine just as much as ayahuasca is, if not more, by the indigenous people. And so to just cherry pick and to take ayahuasca out of that context and to think that that's all what it's about, that's not how it is. That's not how I've learned it's supposed to be or how it used to be originally. And so I don't work with just individual ceremonies. We have a retreat container. And I find that for a retreat container, because it is a continuous process, and so I find that it's good to have a minimum of 6 to 8 people, because if there's less people than that, and there's not enough experience within the container, then it tends to become more of kind of like the individual soap opera drama. And if there is more people, then it's possible to relate to the collective process and not to think that I'm the only one who's experiencing something and I'm so special because of that. Again, that's not how these traditions work in my experience. And so, yeah, it's good to have a certain minimum amount of people. And of course, depending on the facilitator as well, how experienced the facilitator and how much they have worked through their own issues, because I can only relate to others to the degree that I have gotten to know myself. And yeah, and that's how I got to know it. Now, the assistance, someone is asking also about the assistance. So that's also a very Western approach where there's like 5 people in the ceremony nowadays, and they are running around and carrying people who need to go to the bathroom on their hands and wipe the butt for them. So no, that's all, again, not how I got to know it in the old school. In the old school of ayahuasca, the old tradition, it's up to each person to face themselves, to learn how to go through their own rites of passage. Of course, it's also good to ask for help, but it's essential to learn how to face challenges on one's own as much as possible. And so within the traditions that I've learned, that there were never assistants in that kind of like way that I've gotten to know it's happening today. There were students, apprentices, and there's a special way to support someone, not to disempower them in the ceremony. And it may seem like someone is going through such a harsh time, but they may actually be having the time of their lives. And then instead of pampering someone, there is a way to awaken the inner healing potential. Because if I just do it for someone else, then that prevents them from learning how to stand on their own 2 feet. So yeah, so those things, they cannot be easily numbered or classified in that way. But yeah, the way that I've been taught is that, if I have assistants, people who are there engaging and drinking the medicine and are being present and working with themselves, that's the assistance. It's not like just some random people that are sitting there and they haven't partaken in the sacrament and they don't know what's happening. And they're being paid for it. So no, if there are people who are in tune with the discipline of the indigenous people, with the practice, and learn how to be in service to the greater whole themselves, then that's great. And that's also something that we have a certain way to go about and agree on ahead of the time. And otherwise, the healer is there to take care of people and support them through the journey, even if there are no assistants. So that's an old school way. And then, of course, within that approach, for myself, I find that, again, if it's just all new people, I find that 15 people is a good number to work with, if it's all new people. But again, it depends on how experienced the facilitator is and how much they've worked through with themselves and know the science, because it's not just the external help of the people, but it's mainly understanding the language of nature, understanding the design of nature, the intention. If I'm able to work with the design, with the blueprint of nature, then I will be naturally supported. It's not something that happens randomly. And then there are messages that are coming through the particular qualities and the processes that each individual is immersed in within their own life. And that will make a big difference. And so it's not just this blind process of I have a ceremony and I just bring a people like a herd of cows into the container, and then I close and I put some kind of a shepherd dog to bark at them. No, that's not how that works. There has to be much more intelligence and meaning and intention, depth, understanding of the energies that these traditions work with and how we are connecting with those energies for that to be meaningful. So that's what I can share in short about this. Of course, otherwise there's a lot more. So
Roman, I just want to check in with you on your timing. And
I'm good. I think as far as it's relevant to the topic, I think that we are good. And otherwise, I'm really inspired that people are listening, tuning in and looking for deeper meaning and intention within these traditions and how we can cultivate it. Because I think within any tradition, the initial period is this kind of anything goes and experimentation, but then I think that time has passed and it's time for us to establish some meaningful foundation and ways to work with this tradition so that we can all grow and develop. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Astaria. Very inspiring and great honor to be here.
Thank you, Roman. Yeah, the chat box is filling up with more and more questions for you. So I just want to invite everyone to connect with Roman. I've been working with Roman for 10 years, and I'm sure Roman can reflect that when I first started working with him, I was deeply in my shadow and illusions. And I give a lot of credit to the work that I've done with Roman and the Paititi Institute and his wife, Cynthia, for my transformation and embodying my true nature, which is the name of one of the retreats that he offers in Peru. And I just invite everyone to reach out. He's on all the different channels and networks, and his book, unfortunately, will be coming out a year from now. I was hoping it was like about ready, but I guess we'll have to be patient.
Yeah, we do have evolutionary blueprint course online, which also details the main pillars of ancestral wisdom from the indigenous nations in the Amazon and also the Andes. And so you can see it on the site of our institute. And the book is actually going to complement that course because it relates to the same meaning and essence. And then there's also a lot of blog articles, podcasts that people can tune in that my friends in our institute support us on, because I'm not good with the external technology part. I'm mostly focusing on the inner technology.
Thank you. I do want to answer a question Mark asked if you offer integration support and how much I can even quickly answer that. I feel that the integration work that Roman and the Paititi Institute offers is more, there's more depth and more expansion that I've experienced with any other circle that I've sat with. And Roman, if you want to reflect on that at all too, it's in the realms of safety and bringing.
Yeah, we have a few articles and podcasts on integration and what it means, because even that concept of integration, I feel it has gotten to be so that distorted from its original meaning, which is to meaningfully make it relevant. You know, life is a ceremony. That's the name of our podcast. And so it's not just to integrate two seemingly disconnected things, but to see how it is one and the same. And how we can engage with everyday life as a training ground, as a playground for our evolutionary potential to awaken and blossom forth. And so we also have a distance healing program, and part of it is the life coaching. So we work with the distance healing with people, preparing people, and also working with people who cannot come to heal from specific illnesses and conditions. And that has been also very effective. I've had people resolve all kinds of conditions just through the distance healing program, and even incurable conditions in the Western world. Today, recently, we had someone experience a total remission or healing. I don't know if I'm okay to say that, from Lyme's disease. A friend, she had it for over 7 years and nothing was helping. And then starting with the distance healing first, and then coming to our center just for 10 days, but that was an activation. And then for the first time in 7 years, her results came back negative for Lyme, and she's feeling better than ever in her life. Before, there was a lot of the digestive issues, mental fog, chronic fatigue, and she feels better than ever in her life. So that's just a recent development. But yeah, it's not just with physical illnesses, but also people who struggle with the integration process. And then just be aware that it's not just going to be just this one kind of talk, but it does involve some homework on each individual's part, and to really dedicate that time to get to know oneself and to work with oneself.
Thank you. One last little tiny
Okay.
thing is
I don't mind. I have time. It's just, you know, I don't know, on schedule.
Okay.
For you.
We have time. We have time. I want to give some space to our elder, Patricia Ann Davis. I've
Definitely.
unmuted her. If she has any reflections or questions, it's just really important to give her some space too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Asteria and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So happy to meet you, Roman. And certainly the revitalization of Indigenous language and culture and healing, ceremonial healing language and culture and practices and processes. And that has been my life work. While I'm coming from two, quote, American Indian tribes, the Mississippi Band of Choctaw and the Navajo, who we prefer to be called D and Ne, which is literally I'm a precious child of Creator within creation. And so all of your teaching is resonating with me, because this Dene Bazad language, ceremonial language, it's only spoken in the affirmative of how you're describing it. Mm-hmm. And so very, very briefly, we have all been through the colonial conquest of genocide, and that instilled fear of survival. And then we're coming to a reawakening at this time. Thank you for your knowledge and experience, and putting that into print as a legacy of life for the next generation. So that genocide was the first phase of conquest. to instill fear for survival. The second is conversion, take away and replace our sacred self in our sacred place in the universe and replace it with a belief in a deficient self-image that requires that external remediation process to some end state of, I'll just say, personal salvation and redemption. That's the hero savior addiction. And then the third one for us in the so-called America, it's indigenous land. And for us, it was boarding school, Indian boarding school, and relocation. And my parents met in Indian boarding school. I went to Catholic Indian boarding school, and that is loss of language, land, culture, relatives, ceremony, songs, tribal dress, what we can eat, total self-negation. And that loss then is transgenerational wounded trauma and woundedness of unresolved anger, and that's displaced on those in proximity, which we're calling domestic violence and lateral violence. That is the root cause of alcohol and other drugs. And so in Western culture, they call that they call it like it's a substitute. So whether it's alcohol, opioids, or prescription drugs, or the psychedelics, they're calling it deprivation theory. And our language doesn't even speak in inverse and deprivation. We can't even speak our ceremonial language as if we were born with evil within us. So there's no such concept or words or terminology. The third one is exploitation and victimization. And now it's among our own people. That's tribal governments were set up to do that in feudalism on Indian reservations. And then now we are in, the only word I know is Renaissance, the remembering and the reawakening, in which all the people who are holding from all, I myself and my personal life, we had to hide because our language and culture was illegal and people went to jail. Their paraphernalia, instruments were confiscated and had to pay fine. And then the ridicule and the discrediting. And so we survived boarding school, we survived genocide, we survived acculturation. Myself, I'm not converted and I'm not acculturated to Eurocentric, dualistic, inverse thinking. So I wanted to share that with you while all of the group here is listening, because your work is parallel. My work is parallel and your work is parallel to mine. I have spent many hours with Dr. Luis Perez in Mexico, and I've been to Quito, Ecuador. Didn't get to go into the Amazon at that time, but also with other South American people and cultures. So I'm not in isolation in terms of the sharing of knowledge. And myself, I'm transparent and accountable, and I teach openly and freely. I just tell people there are no secrets, because everything of the light is in the light is of the light. And I could say a whole lot more, but I'm so glad, Asterio, that you gave time and not waited till later for us to be introduced to each other. Because let me just say the phrase that I told everyone, that is that our language speaks only in the natural order law. So I call my domain Hojo. Hojo is all-encompassing concept of oneness and holiness and wholeness. And Hojo, natural order, spiritual law, or spiritual natural order law, spirituality. I had to invent an English term. And so there is no way to translate straight across from the ceremonial language into English because it's a trade and commerce language. And so what I do is define, describe, and illustrate and simplify. I've spent my life simplifying for the general public, great opportunities to be visible to teach, because my father, my own late father, and the born into the Tachitni and Kia'ani authentic clan medicine people from Lukachikai, Arizona. He said to me directly at a very young age, he said, undo the thinking that caused our people so much violence and suffering. And so that's what is our task today. So grateful to you and Asteria and everyone that has been participating in this very needed safe. We had to create safe and supportive environment with no judgment, no punishment, no condemnation for people to empty. We call that isko. And there's a ceremonial change process chart that Asteria can make available to you. I'll send the whole package to her of my brochure and she can email it to you. I could just keep going, but I know it's very valuable time here, and for people to connect. I'm a systems level person, and I worked in health and human services 20 years. So I know that the system doesn't work. I know that the Western definitive counseling, psychiatric psychologists, and I know that the therapeutic modalities in the Western system don't work. I don't use them, while I myself have degrees, bachelor's in child psychology, developmental psychology, and then master's degrees in whole systems design, which is language and techniques of creative change, in which I did my genius work of taking it out of Western science into indigenous science, that container and context to design a community of practice. So here we are, 24 hours of a community of practice, stewarding the body of knowledge that is not published, that is oral tradition, and then wrote my book because that was required. It was called a comprehensive document, and I named it Living the Loving Way as a Way of Life, a Reverent Revolution, which is to reframe our resources to the next generation instead of going from the poor to the rich and the bottom to the top every generation, and recruiting ourselves and the next generation to participate in our own demise, that we would reframe, and it goes from elder to youth, and it goes clockwise from elder to youth. So every generation makes the decisions for the next 7 generations. So that's what I've heard you say, basically the same intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Really wonderful to meet you here.
And that's I said I would say the phrase, I would say that which is you're noticing that the air is to the creator and the creator's breath just by that, the sound of that word. In breath, out breath, in breath, out breath, 4 times. That's thank you. Shike Shadane on also, which is my spiritual family and my relatives. And there's no way to say absolutely, totally, no way to exclude anybody. There's no way to say, I love to tell people this. The language does not say it. It's cross-cultural, it's intergenerational, it's universal and practical. It can be translated into any language, and it's inclusive. There's no way to say, but not you. On the other side of the aisle, the other side of the river, the other side of the fence, the other side of the ocean, or whatever that divisiveness is. We cannot speak that way. So when I say shike shidane, it's an embrace, it's a heart-to-heart hug from my ceremonial fireplace to the hearth of your homes and all of our relatives as humane beings.
Beautiful. Here in the Andes, the people say Halpae Kusunchis, which means we all share the highest. without any exclusion.
Same thing. That's the unifying principles. Yes. And that's what I usually tell people. My work is the unifying principles, and that's where we come to a place with the community of practice that gives the legacy of life to the next generation of youth. That is a profound and beautiful blessing that you are doing in your life and experience, and especially putting that into book form. I'm in the process for all of my life. Practically, I could have had like 20, 30, 50 books written, but it's a daily forage for basic needs, because this country has put us on Indian reservations. And American Indian movement, Russell Means, whom I knew since I was 16 years old. I knew him for his whole life. And he called it prison camp. And so the American people do not know that their taxes go to destroying us every year, because there's no water, there's no food, there's no money, there's no place to live, there's no electricity, there's there's no running water, there's just junk food, there's just drugs, there's just the effects of being imprisoned. We're refugees in our own land, and we're exiled in our own land. So that's part of there's 5 money laundry system, which uses the American Indian reservation system and the prison system and the military complex and foreign aid. And then the 5th one is putting the children. And my voice used to break every time I would say this, because I'm living close to the U.S. Mexican border, where children were put into cages. And those were for contracting to private industry and corporations to use people to make money, not hide the money, but to laundry the money by using people. So those are the 5. And I grew up, I grew up, and I'm registered to my father's tribe on the Navajo Nation. And that's what the American people don't even know, that their taxes are being paid for these atrocities right in front of our eyes. So I'll stop there.
Patricia, something you mentioned about the intergenerational trauma, and both within my friends in the Amazon, the Andes, and also in the northern Native American culture. So Caney the Iron Cane, who was a great grandson, I believe, of the Crazy Horse, and he was a dear friend of mine before he passed away in 2007, I think, 2007, 2008. And he shared with me about this intergenerational trauma, and he was a great warrior. You know, he had like a quadruple heart bypass, and he was still doing Sundance every year. And something that he shared with me about this trauma, and I think Astaria was mentioning yesterday about Wetiko as well. The sickness of humanity, the sickness of forgetfulness, how the Amazonian people refer to it, is he said it's very important not to become what you fight against in terms of this trauma, because that's how it gets perpetuated. And then just what resists persists. And so starting to use the same kind of rage and hatred towards the Western government or the colonialist mentality, and then that becomes infectious. That kind of same sickness of separation. Of there's me and there's others, and then thinking that someone specific is at fault, where it's actually the sickness of the mind that makes people forget their heart. So that's something that's been
shared. That was my presentation yesterday in naming it in the ceremonial language, and we call it Belagana, which is that sickness of the confusion between lust and love, which lust is magnetic and love is radiant. And so boarding school and relocation and those 4 phases of conquest put us in this extreme deprivation for mothering and parenting, and then we're become addicted to the hero savior and believe in this hero's journey that that a spiritual path is pain and suffering, and our language doesn't speak accordingly. It says that we're already born into this holiness and wholeness, and every ceremony is to maintain that by naming what is out of balance and perpetuate it by the root cause. And so we deconstruct the root cause, and I see that you're doing exactly the same, because all indigenous cultures are speaking in the indigenous language, where this wellness restoration is existing in the language and the culture.
Yeah, I find it's related to the, suffering is caused by ignorance. And so then bringing awareness and then bringing a deeper perspective, seeing how it's not that the people hurt people. If someone is hitting me with the stick, I'm not going to be thinking that the stick is at fault for that. And the same thing with people who are causing suffering, who are being ignorant. They are being dominated by their own ignorance, and that's the sickness of the world that we live in. So then to really address that, then it's essential to raise awareness, I find.
Well, I found that when I went into urban environment, particularly Seattle, it was the people who say these phrases, "Oh, only the hurt people hurt other people," and then I was identified as using bad medicine by these people, several people, and the people that know me were shocked, and that it would come from respected, so well-known, respected people, that they couldn't recognize me of my I'm not a show person, a showman, an entertainer. I don't package and market myself, and I'm not in the public for any other reason except my father gave me this task. I am busy. I am working. I am 24 hours and have sat up to the fireplace all night for most of my life. And so for me to be on the internet and to be out front has made me a target for other rascal gurus who can pass as not speaking their language, or not growing up in their culture, or not participating from birth, or not being born into. Myself, we have a name for the gift that I have, and I don't need to go through all the ritual, all the external props. I don't need that, because I just have like big screen TV, just download. And so I suffered a lot. I suffered mostly in my life from not being light enough for the dark skin, and then not being white enough for the white culture, and so on, and being the in-between person and maintaining. So you have helped me today, and you have supported by validating all of the things that I've been teaching for my whole life from our Diné tribal language. And the other phrase that I want to share with you is, I said that several times yesterday, saying I am myself, me. I'm telling you, this is who I am, not what I'm called, my English foreign label name, which is a Welsh name, and label, that means I'm born through, every child is born through the mother's water. Every child is born through the water. That's the divine feminine, and so on. There's so much to say here, but I'll move on in terms of the phrase itself. And then Ado, Nihidle. So collectively, and also collectively, everyone is also equally a precious child of Creator within creation. So that is a way to get across quickly the inclusiveness of this ceremonial language. And it's speaking like how you started out, protecting and nurturing the precious child. And so all of our ceremonies are to restore that, Oh, Creator, I forgot who I am. We don't have a way, there's no way in our language to say, I'm sorry. We can, there's no words for it. The phrase, the language is conveying, Creator, I made a mistake, and then telling the people who are witnessing, it's not a confession either. It's saying, make room for me because I'm correcting myself.
Mhm.
And then there's no punishment, there's no judgment, there's no condemnation. And then, oh, I'm not all these things. I'm not my patterns. I'm the precious child of Creator within creation, because my body itself is Mother Earth, and then 70% water, and then fire temperature, and then the Creator's in breath, out breath. And then I'm in the environment of Earth, environmental earth, water, fire, and air. And that's the completeness and that sovereignty existing within me. So there's no external remediation process. And that's what colonialists were successful to do sorcery. Just call it what it is. The twisted thinking, and create that self-betrayal and self-negation and self-effacement and then self-destruction. And we can't continue. Thank you for this intervention point to reframe. That's why I call it a planetary cosmic reframe, for the indigenous knowledge and wisdom and ceremonial intention and purpose and practice is restored. The awakening, and it's restored to the next gen, and the resources restored to the next generation of youth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Patricia. Astaria, if I can just mention a few words to complete.
Totally. Yeah.
Just to, what Patricia mentioned. Our Kero Nation elder here in the Andes that we are working closely with, Juan Gabriel Pasa Lonasco, he refers to people who are between cultures or between traditions. That's part of the Kero Nation prophecy. He talks about the Chakaruna, the bridge people that are very essential in the world today.
Yes.
And so that's part of the Kero Nation prophecy, that it's so important today to create intercultural bridges and to see the meaning beneath appearances, to not just get stuck with the words, but to embody the language that we utilize. The human society has disconnected from that. And with the ritual that you talked about, my teachers taught me that the ritual is only as important as the intention that is rooted through it.
Mm-hmm.
I can go through a very elaborate ritual, but if I'm just going through the motions and don't really mean what I do, don't really see what it's for, then it's meaningless. And so then the intention is more important than the ritual, and the ritual is only as important as the intention. And finally, Leo asked about suggestion to deal with sexual perpetrators in communities. And so definitely I find that the hatred or becoming very emotional does not really help with that. And one of our Tibetan elders, actually, I found it very effective in my work, is he said, when you have to deal with a very blatant expression of ignorance, such as sexual perpetration, then he said you have to approach it like a surgeon who is cutting away a disease without emotions, because then it's not really possible to effectively deal with that. And so then to maintain clarity and steadfastness, and to be firm, but not to go from a place of hatred or some kind of rage, becoming emotionally upset, but to deal with it clearly like a surgeon who is cutting away a disease, to just remove it from the way and not leave room for all kinds of outbursts, but to approach it with awareness, with clarity, and not to allow that to continue happening. So I found that to be very meaningful.
I also I use what I call the art of making distinction between of many English words, so that I make the distinction in English between ritual and ceremony, because we don't have these abstract words. We have to know exactly what the diagnosis is to name that out of balance in order to know what ceremony it is. So it's not abstract, it's exact. And so when I use ceremony in English, it means that the language and the words and the intention and the purpose is all it's not scattered. It's interconnected with the natural order laws that govern us, and it's not man-made. We are in balance and harmony with it. So we're using those spiritual energies as if we're the conduit for those spiritual energies. And it's not a man-made ritual that we just make up and design and follow that. So I make a distinction between in English for those speakers between ritual and ceremony. But we all think that we know what we're talking about when we use ceremony, but we don't have such a thing as ceremony. We only have a vitya is to sing, and then we have hatal, who are the singers and so on. Then diagnosticians, and we have very exact specific names. And then sometimes people say, well, you can't name the nameless. In our culture, that is what we do, is we have the name for the vibration, for the interconnection and interrelatedness of the natural order to the vibratory sound of the songs, the chants, and so on. And so that correction is in the thinking first, and then the change doesn't have to happen from the outside in, happens from the inside out. And then we're in synchronicity. We're synchronicity and synergy with those around us in our environment. And that's how I understood you right from the beginning when you placed that the phases of from precious battle, and then the support and the nurturing, and then the ecosystem and so on. Well, gratitude.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Wonderful to meet you here. Thank you, Astaria. Really wonderful to be here with everyone. I'm gonna go see my kids soon. So much love to everyone, and looking forward to be of service and support to this very meaningful direction and the awareness that we're collectively cultivating. Ayaya Pachamama. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Patricia. And I want to say thank you to David. David was going to moderate for this hour. He wasn't going to present, but he was going to moderate. And I checked in with him, and he was just really appreciative of the wisdom that has been unfolding and being shared and exchanged before him and before us. So I'm just thanking David for offering us to allow what wanted to come through. And we have 7 minutes. So if David does want to share, I will create that invitation, as well as the announcement that our next presenter is Chief Phil Jr. And Roman, I know you have to go, but I don't know if you've ever met Chief Phil yet, but he is also just amazing. And he's the original receiver of the Eagle Condor prophecy. He's the elder that went down and received the transmission, and there was a prophecy that an eagle was going to come from the north, and he went to Brazil and he met with a tribe, and they had he can tell the prophecy much better than I can, but he is a legend, and he is really making changes for uniting the prophecy has expanded from not just the eagle and the condor, but also the quetzal, which is the Central America, and the hummingbird, which is the messenger between all three. So the prophecy is expanding, and so he is next. And so we are just very blessed with so much wisdom sharing this morning, this living wisdom, indigenous wisdom. So with that, I would like to offer to David if you'd like to unmute at all and share anything.
Thanks, Astaria. Astaria, thank you for coordinating this and the amount of time to put something together for a 25-hour, as you said, get together. I've known you for a while, and to see your work and who you can bring together. It's a different way that I get to see what you're up to. Just wanted to honor you and thank you. So much to share in 5 minutes, but I'm sitting in a lot of awe and gratitude for being invited, being able to hear and listen to everybody's truth that shares. I've been fascinated with indigenous culture as I was a child. Split in being been to a religion really heated my thoughts. To unfold, but my deep connection to nature and the planet, the plants, although outside of me, becoming part of me when I use them and take them in to help me in my remembering of who I am. And, as I say, what I'm not, that's the best way I can describe it with words, but just remembering truth and seeing the wisdom of my reflection inside of people, inside of my relationships with people, inside of my relationships with everything that's outside of me. I stand in a lot of gratitude and awe and humility, and everything that gets reflected to me, back to me, to me, back to me. It's like this, again, it's hard to describe with words. I also want to share, Patricia and Roman have shared different things about language and how language has shaped my reality. I really only know English, and I continue to stand in awe of the spells that I think and then say outwardly with my words, with the vibration of my voice, and how that is a big part of creating my reality. And as I learn about other language, and these concepts of in other language, that there is no concept for I or me or mine, but in English it's very part of it, and how that can be confusing. I really value communication, and because it is like English that I know, one thing I just feel to share as I continue to be and learn how to listen, and really listen internally to what my own yes and no's are. And also as I hear people share, and when I can listen to my own yes and no, if somebody's offering me something, and even in the offering, if I've been asked permission, if I'm in a space to receive or hear what they're seeing, sometimes it doesn't feel in line, or I'm not ready to hear or receive that. And being able to speak my voice and let them know I'm not in a space, or am in a space, and that ties kind of into what this is all about with the sacredness of sexuality and misconduct within ceremony space. I could go really deep on that, but life is the ceremony. What I appreciate about ceremony space, when I use plants, in a sense, it helps clear my vision and clear the obstruction from what my own personal truth out inside of normal, typical life. Anyway, I'm going to pause there. It's 10:59 my time, and thanks Astaria for creating a few minutes. Thanks everybody for being here. I don't know lots of you, but everybody that's here, it's a pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you, David. And yeah, I really would love to hear more about what you feel about this topic. And I want to apologize and thank you at the same time for allowing what was coming through with Roman and Patricia. It's really humble of you to give that space. So thank you so much. Just acknowledging that, and grateful that you got to share into this space here. And yeah, so thank you so much. So now we are moving into our 25th hour of our 24-hour event on my mistake. But it's all perfect timing because we received that extra transmission from Roman and Patricia. And with this, we're going to bring in the hereditary Chief Phil Jr. Chief Phil, are you on camera? Yeah, you're on camera. Okay. Oh, unmuted. Welcome, Chief Phil, and thank you for joining us for this event of sacred sexuality, safety, and sexual misconduct. It is a deep honor also for your presence, and I'm so grateful for you and for being here with us this morning. And yeah, thank you so much, Uncle Phil. Passing it over to you now.
Great. Well, my heartfelt Thanksgiving to my beloved sister Patricia. Whenever I listen to her, I learn more. And I think that one of the things that's so important to remember is that anything that's spiritual has eternal meaning. Meaning that how I may see something 20 years ago spiritually may be very different than I see it going on towards 80 now. And that really, it's the sharing of our different perspectives with one another. And even sometimes the clash of these different perspectives that ignites the fire of truth. So I want to give respect and honor to all those relatives who are seeking to understand, as we all are, who we are as human beings. And really, after this very short time we're here, in fact, I think Crowfoot said it most beautifully. He said, life's like the breath of a buffalo on a cold day, or the firefly, the flash of a firefly on a warm summer night, or the shadows vanishing before the setting sun. That's life. It goes so quickly. So I'd like to begin this very, 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 very important discussion you've been having over the last 24 hours with this song. And I also want to acknowledge the Simiamu First Nations whose land here of the Great Salish Nation, my family and I have the great bounty and to live. So this song, and I'm not the greatest singer, but this was passed on to me many years ago by my dear brother, George, a whirlwind soldier from Rosebud. And I always remember George, what a fine relative here, and I'm sure he's here with us at this time. The reason I want to sing this song is to put things in perspective, at least from our indigenous worldview. This song comes from the white buffalo cattleman who appeared to the Ocheti Shikoan at around, according to my Danashi Kevin Locke, around 950. And these songs in ceremony she gave us, just like she has such more in-depth understanding than I do, Sister Patricia, about sound and vibration. And so the sacredness in these words, and this, by the way, I at the foundation of the coming together of people all over the world that are different parts of different faith. You know, if you think about it, it's just some words or songs, but they have a power. And so this song says, Wayankie Chanupa Kile Wakayalo Wayankie. Wayankie is a term, I'm sure it has infinite meaning, but it means to behold this. It's calling upon the Creator, those relatives in the spiritual world, to behold this. And this is when we're, you might say, preparing a pipe. And to me, this is a foundation teaching of the White Buffalo Cattleman. And then it says, Wayankie Chanupa Kile Wakayalo, which means the pipe is sacred of sacred. But what does it really mean? Because behind everything are spiritual meanings, infinite in nature. And so what it's saying is that the bowl that represents the mineral people, but also womankind, Mother Earth, that's sacred, all that's sacred. In the stem, which represents all our plant relatives, they're sacred. And in all of our bundles, whether it be a sacred pipe or whatever bundle, we always find representation of our animal relatives. And so they're sacred. So then when you take, after you prayed and sang, and you take that bowl and put it together with the stem, then, of course, it's a coming together of the male, the stem, and the female bowl. And you bring those together, then so what it's saying is the human being, we're sacred because we are the mineral people. We are water. That's what gives us our fundamental power of cohesion, our unity. It's sacred. We have the spirit of growth, like the plant people, but we also have a very synergistic relationship where they breathe in carbon dioxide and breathe out oxygen. So we have that relationship. And of course, we know how important our plant relatives are. And of course, the animal relatives, we also share with them the power of the senses. In fact, they have powers of the senses beyond ours. That's why we're so careful to study the world around us, because it was strange too. When explorers came, they couldn't figure out how could we know a weather change was coming before we could ever see it. And of course, now we know about barometers and so forth and so on, and pressure, air pressure, how it changes when storms are coming and so forth. But little birds, as well as horses, the tympani of their ear is so sensitive that it's just like a barometer. They can tell when a storm's, and they'll move in a certain way. And a horse will move in a certain way. So we can see that a storm's coming. So if you watch the natural world, it's talking all the time, telling us things about what's happening. And so I think that's a gift we have to share. Not just, by the way, when I say indigenous people, I'm saying we're all indigenous of Mother Earth, have different places in Mother Earth. And we're awakening to that reality that, of course, the fundamental reality is that we're one human family. So I'll sing this song to really remember who we are. We're sacred beings. We were born that way. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about what's our purpose in life and align that first. And then we're going to address directly this issue that's destroying so many communities and human beings. And that is not just, I like the way you said it, inappropriate sexual behavior or sexual abuse. And I think this is a very positive step because it's time to come and discuss these things openly. Because as long as they stay in the darkness, they'll have power. But once, remember this, the power of one candle, you can call all the darkness in the world right here, and I can have that one candle and it'll put it all out. So really the absence of light is what darkness is. We have to bring light. Why You know, of course, that song lets us know that each and every one of us are sacred beings, sacred beings. And I understand that understanding of sacredness has been very, very forgotten or misunderstood in current day societies in many places on Mother Earth, but it's still remembered, I think, in the heart of those who are on their spiritual journey from whatever faith that are seeking their highest being, their highest dimension. And so from my perspective, from my understanding, that when we're conceived, now just think about this, when we're conceived, we're just microscopic. The female egg, way, way bigger, very small, but way bigger than the male sperm. And so, as we know, and they've now been able to photograph this whole process, film it. So when that egg and sperm come together, there's a flash of light. Now, from my perspective, that's when that dimension of ourselves that transcends time and space, our soul, for the best word in English, our soul, actually, that light is our soul, which is part of the spiritual world beyond this world of time and space, yet it operates here through this earth suit we have. So you can imagine, here we are. I mean, to begin with, we're so tiny. You have to have a microscope to see us. And yet, in that tiny, 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 even smaller than a speck that we are, is everything that has ever been in our lineage from the beginning of time that has no beginning. And from my perspective, that soul is a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. I remember so well, I kind of began my journey back in 1967 after going through a lot of self-destructive behavior, which I'll talk about later, and where it came from. But in that process, I began attending ceremonies and so forth, and really got caught up in that. And one of my dear tribal grandmothers asked me a question. She said, Akosha, I've seen you going around doing all these different ceremonies. She said, what's the most sacred ceremony of all ceremonies? What's the most sacred ceremony of all ceremonies? And I began recounting. I've been to the Sweat Lodge and the Chinook dance and Sun dance and various other ceremonies and so forth, and kind of a little bit of ego there. And she says, she said, Dago's grandson, those are all wonderful ceremonies, but you have to remember the most sacred ceremony of all ceremonies, the birth of a child. Then she looked me straight in the eye and she said, then who are you? Who are you? And of course, we're sacred beings. That's really important to remember. And especially our just precious, pure children that are coming into this world. Now, for myself, I was born in a Indian boarding school, residential school. In fact, that's how I know Patricia, because her parents went to the same school, Haskell Indian School in Lawrence, Kansas. And it was a school set up to bring together children from hereditary leadership and other kind of positions they thought would influence their parents, that they would influence their communities to assimilate. It was a assimilation process. It was a process to destroy completely any vestige of indigenous identity. It's like kill the Indian, save the child was one of the words used for this. Anyway, and by the way, this has not just happened here. This has not just happened to indigenous people here in these lands. It's happened to indigenous people everywhere. And it's happened, and I'm including, by the way, Europe, you name it. That sexual violence, if we go back in history, has been part of a lot of things around Mother Earth in terms of how we treated each other. Now, of course, when these residential schools came in, and it's very interesting. I had a chance to really know from my parents kind of unfold what happened at Haskell, and because as I began working on this issue here in Canada, the boarding school issue, we made a film called "Healing the Hurts" first in 1986. I asked them about their own experiences, and yet, while it was very, very, very severe, cutting your hair off and all these kind of things, and it's kind of like being in a very much of a military camp, so to speak, that they didn't know about when they were children being the issue of sexual abuse. Of course, the assimilation was there. So really, they also had been in a situation where these schools, with all due respect, there was some pretty sick people operating these schools. So on one hand, they had this very, 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 my dad would tell me, he said, they'd have, every so often they'd have a quote unquote dance. I guess they were trying to share some social things you used to be able to do if you're going to be a really well assimilated. But he said, you danced about at least that far apart, So sexuality was not something ever discussed much. I never heard of anything. All I know is that and I understand more about my family history of why that was. But I remember just a little boy going to this there's a Moore theater, never forget it, down in a little place called Umatilla, Oregon. And we'd go there, this one particular movie. And as soon as two people just kissed each other, my mom covered my eyes and she said, kissing picture, kissing picture, kissing picture. So there was this whole shame and feeling about sexuality, this sacred gift we all have to bring life into this world. And so really I was I was very, very innocent about these things. And when I was about 5, I met these two older boys from European background, and they, for some reason, maybe it was just I was so naive and whatever, they loved to tease me. And I remember they had a circus one time. I was about 4 years old, and they got me to run naked through the circus, and then they told my parents, and just so it was a lot of shaming. But I was pretty innocent, and I never met my parents, never discussed these things. I had never heard about these things. And so then when I was 12, I was invited by this older, he must have been at least 4 years older than me, to come from Walla Walla to my parents' home in Pasco. And of course, the parents did quite a bit of drinking and so on. But I just thought he was inviting me, my friend was inviting me to come over to visit him. So I think I took a bus over to Pasco, and they picked me up, and we went to his house, and his parents went out for the evening, and he said, "Phil, we're going to have some alcohol." Was, I'd never thought of having alcohol, but I remember there was a Dairy Queen right around the corner from his house, and we went to the Dairy Queen, and he got some ice and so forth, and then he poured alcohol in there, and of course he got me drinking. And then next thing I knew, he sexually abused me, had me give him a blowjob. I didn't even know what a blowjob was. But I'll tell you, I was so drunk, and here's this older boy, and he's saying, "Do it." I'll tell you, when of course, later I got so drunk, I went to a blackout, passed out. And I think with my first protest against sexual abuse is I vomited all over the basement. And so he had to clean that up. Anyway, the next morning, not a word said. We went out to do some fishing, and then I went home. That was it. Completely like I didn't exist anymore. Well, then at 12, as I began to go through junior high, I began to understand what happened here. Boy, I mean to say that just filled me with rage. And I'll tell you, when you get sexually abused when you're younger, and especially they say is the most horrific trauma can be inflicted upon a woman. I'm sure it's the same for a male, but particularly a woman, is sexual abuse before puberty by a male relative or a relative, because women also have done many situations where women have been involved in these kind of things too. And so I mean to say, being sexually abused really does have an incredible impact to you when you're young. And I'll tell you what, at that point, when I began to realize all these things had happened, and I remember though, I wanted, and the thing is, to revenge won't get it either. I wanted revenge. And I remember I started working when I was 12. And so, I picked strawberries and so forth. By the time I was 14, I worked at this ranch across the street from my parents, putting up hay bales, about 100 pounders, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We got 85 cents an hour. And of course we'd work from 6 in the morning till 6 at night. And they would give us really good meals, good breakfast, good lunch, good dinner. And after dinner, they like to have the younger, these gentlemen we were with, of course, they were, how do I say it, kind of going from place to place, migrant workers, and they'd like to drink wine after we get done working. Then they had a pair of boxing gloves they'd like us to fight. And so it so happened that I looked up, and who had arrived to work? Joey Talbot. He's since on and died a very horrible death later. But and I'll tell you what. So when it came time to put the gloves on, I said, "Yeah, I'd like to put them on here with this guy, Joey Talbot." And boy, I'll tell you what, bam! I'll tell you what, I let him have it. And I remember the first time I hit him, his face, he was so shocked. Seriously, this little boy was no longer a little boy. Now, did I really help me heal? No. And after I fought him, did I really feel better? No. But that's I have to say, that sexual abuse, the anger and rage, especially in me, which was not just about that, and it just brought it all together. Now, I transferred all that rage and anger onto the athletic field, whether it was football, wrestling, pole vaulting, whatever. And I'll tell you what, I wanted to hurt people, literally. I'd go out in a wrestling match, and that opponent across me was, as far as I was concerned, was George Armstrong Custer. And if I could hurt him, I would hurt him. In football, if I could hurt you, I'd hurt you. Now, only 2 times I had to wrestle other First Nations, Joe Hoptout and Vernon Sixkiller, and I just couldn't get into it. Now, I want to say that it's so important, if you've been sexually abused, or if you're carrying rage and anger, whatever kind it is, to be able to let go of that. Because it almost destroyed me. I mean, it brought me down to from winning the US Canadian championships in my weight class and wrestling up here in Vancouver when they had the big national exposition up here. A lot of great teams from just blowing that out. I think pinned every person on the way to the thing, to losing about 7 in a row and just ending up in the worst condition, unhealthy relationships, alcohol, drugs, you name it. Until thankfully in the springtime of 1967, because I had been raised, thankfully to my parents, been raised with a lot of good spiritual teachings. But, when these things happen, one of the questions you have, if the Creator is so loving and so kind, why in the world did this thing happen? But my spiritual renewal came. That didn't mean that all of a sudden your trouble's over. That certainly wasn't. Anyway, so this goes on, and so I have this kind of spiritual renewal. It's like, wow, people come to my house and think, wow, Phil, we don't know if we come to your house, we go to the bathroom, going to pray for us, or you're going to get a glass of water, you're going to pray for us. I mean, I was really just completely on the spiritual journey. I was so excited. I met this beautiful woman. I practiced celibacy before marriage. I did, all these things. Anyway, I'm not saying that you have to practice celibacy before marriage, but for me, I was going to do everything, to show my respect and so forth and so on and so on. And for 3 years, I lived in paradise, including shortly after we were married, we went down to Bolivia. And in fact, that's where that very prophecy was fulfilled back in, and we arrived in March 21st, 1970, and it was there, of course, concluded the whole coming together of that prophecy that was passed on to me on July 9th, 1971 at Lake Titicaca and out of the sun and out of the moon and all the area around there. Anyway, so here we were, just happy, and I got a call from a message. Actually, there's no telephone, so somebody brought a message that says, there's a whole circle of brothers that want to come meet with you, because I was kind of supporting the Indigenous volunteer teachers who were there, spreading the word of these prophecies and so forth, and that we needed to come together spiritually and so forth. And they wanted to come meet with me because of some challenges they had. So usually we had this very bare home, bare, wooden floors, had a mattress to sleep on, no shower. We had to go down to 1-2 blocks away to take a shower. There was a kind of a piece of plastic across the bathroom, and there was the kitchen. The water was only on 3 hours a week and 3 hours a day. It seemed like a week, 3 hours a day, and it was very dirty. So here I was, and so many times we'd have these meetings at our home, because we had one thing we had was a great big kind of a front room. We had a front room, and then we had a little room with a mattress, with a bed, and then this little tiny kitchen thing. And so I decided, no, we had this center, Indigenous center there in Sucre. And so I said, no, we're going to have it there. And I remember that night before this happened, there's an incredible elder who I know is still with us spiritually at this time, Melatonin Gallardo, one of the great heroes of that will so in time, whether it ever known in this physical world of time and space, and the spiritual world is well known. He gave everything. And I met him and his wife in the plaza, and they said, hermano Felipe, ¿por qué no tenemos en el centro? And I said, why don't we have the meeting in the center? I said, oh, no, it's okay, brother. It's already set, and we'll have it there at the center. So sure enough, I went to the center, and here we were. There was about 40 Quechuas there. I spoke a little bit of Spanish, and then we translated Quechua back and forth. Then we were sitting having prayers before we talked. At the same time, in Sucre, the streets are like this, meaning that like here's a street and there's a doorways into the houses. There's so many revolutions there. So you don't have anywhere in a street other than a door. If you ring the bell, then they have to come out, open the door, you can go back a long hallway. So sure enough, we were used to a lot of Quechuas, relatives coming in from the mountains there, the Andes, coming to see us. And I didn't realize at the time what stir that could have caused, because it was just a few years before that. If you were an indigenous person in Bolivia, you could not come into a town unless you were accompanied by your landlord, and then you had to walk in the street. So I'm sure, and I didn't really understand that. So many Quechuas would come in their traditional clothes, of course. Well, anyway, the doorbell rang, and here I was over praying, and so before the doorbell rang, and my wife came to open the door, and she opened the door, and this drunk son of a very wealthy landowner who's known for his brutality to indigenous people shoved his way into the doorway and just brutally raped her right there on the ground inside the passageway to her house. And she was terrified, you can imagine. He was so drunk, probably in a blackout, it took his time. This probably went on about 30 minutes. You can imagine the terror that was. And so here I was over praying, and so somehow or another, she prayed very strongly. And of course, he'd done this, quite a few times before. And what he did was he would, after he'd rape a woman, he'd take their underwear and put it, he actually had it kind of like souvenirs. Well, anyway, she was able to say enough in broken Spanish to say, this is not good, this is not good. And I want a refresco, meaning that there's these soft drink little places you can get a little soft drink, have a little stand. So she was able to get him out the door. And just as she got him out the door, our friend Guido, whose parents owned this shower place that we knew very well, saw him and says, Guido, get me to Phil. So she had to get his arm, and sure enough, they came up and up this way into down the plaza and up to where the center was. This is where I was. I'll never forget. I was sitting about like this. And here we were. And I turned around and I saw her, and I'm sure you've seen this. And first I thought somebody had died. I could see it in her face. And I saw this one guy was drunk. I just didn't understand. I said in English, what happened? She said, I've just been raped. I said, you must be kidding me. She says, no. I went over to the others, into this little room, their tiny bed in there. And she pulled her dress up, blood, this and that. Of course, she'd taken her underwear. Boy, I was enraged. And when I began my spiritual journey, I said I'd never fight anymore. Because one time I actually beat up this Marine that came back from Vietnam so badly that I had to take out his eye. He started it and so forth, but still, that's kind of where I had been before. So I remember I said, ¿Qué pasa con mi señora? I came out, he was standing there kind of like, hey, what happened to my wife? Nada, 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 nada. And I asked, and then all of a sudden she jumped behind him and pulled her underwear out. Well, at that point, boy, I'll tell you what, I let him have it. Bam. And I got on top of him and I pulled back, and if I would have hit him, I would have killed him. Even at going towards 80, I could still hit somebody pretty hard. Probably break my hand, but I pulled back, and then a voice came. It said, he's sick. And I looked down and I saw my face. Except, thank God for the grace of the Creator. It never happened in my life. And then I stopped. I remember I grabbed him. I asked him to catch was. I grabbed him, pulled him up like this, and there was a couch in the other room. I sat him down there and said, somebody to call the police. And then I turned to the Quechua relatives. I say, hermanos, conocen qué pasa? Do you know what happened? They said, sí, hermano, conocemos, porque este pase con nuestras señoras influente de nosotros. My Spanish is not great, so I might be a little bit off on that, but what they're saying is, yes, brother, we know this. We know what happened because this is why we came to see you. They're doing this to us in front of us, to our wives, and we can't do anything because we have no desire to be part of a politics. Ours is a spiritual path, which we've been, that is the whole prophecy of the reunion of the condor and eagle, which is another whole thing we're going to do another time. So I share that story because, to say that what I'm having to say here is not some kind of intellectual concept. And I'll tell you, at the time, of course, I wanted to be spiritual and forgive, but I'll tell you, behind the scenes, as this thing began to fester, and after I, forced to leave Bolivia because of it, which I never wanted to leave ever. But the Universal House of Justice said, you've got to. She had finally became so terrified, and even though we moved to a completely different part of Bolivia, terrified, and she needed to go back to the United States for treatment. And I wanted to stay, and I wanted her to come back, but it just couldn't be. And so that what happened to me. In fact, probably I know this still there. I probably wouldn't be talking about it on the subject, but it taken lots of healing to deal with that. And I remember so many nights for years I'd go to sleep, and how I go to sleep is figuring out how can I get down and kill this guy. How can I get down and not only just kill him, I want to torture him. How do I do that? And then, of course, I'd pray, and then, what are you doing, Phil? And it's not a spiritual path, and so forth. And so I'm just saying, these things impact us. And then what really, 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 really hits you is when I had one of my daughters was sexually abused, the other was sexually abused. And these are by people In fact, the fact is that the abuse of younger children, and you see all the stats I put in the information I put, those stats show that over 90% of the time of a smaller child being sexually abused, they know the abuser. They're close by. So, and I literally on that situation, thank God, I was so, when you see your children hurt, I literally had a hunting knife, and I went to look for this person. And if I would have found him, it would have been him or me, I can tell you at the time. Thank God. Vengeance is not the answer to this. Revenge is not the answer to this. The current legal system, which is based in punishment, is not the solution to this, because we see it now happening in our sacred ceremonies, not just our sacred ceremonies, but in religious, spiritual communities everywhere, faith communities. And you can just think about, here's somebody who's hurting, maybe have been through this experience before, and get some kind of shred of hope that a sacred ceremony of some form, or a spiritual teacher who presents themselves as being able to help people. And they go with all their faith, their trust. And then sexual misconduct takes place, sexual abuse takes place. And this can be of all forms. For instance, and I've heard this one in different places about how, and by the way, this can be both male and female. It's not just a male thing, primarily males though, but women, certainly in a lot of the counseling I've done, women are perpetrators too, because they've been perpetrated. And so you have situations where, if anybody tells you that for a Sundance ceremony, that for some reason, if that person is a person in authority, that you have to take all your clothes off, in order for them to do some kind of special ceremony. That's just not true. That's not true. And I think that and all the other things that are happening right now. I mean, this is an epidemic in many of our communities. And the thing is, too, we've got to think about as well, what happened to the abusers? Did they just born that way? No. No, there may be some situations, very rarely, where somebody has some kind of mental illness or cognitive thing that has nothing to do with any of the experiences in life. That could be. But I'm talking about, these little precious children. And at a very young age, we know what happens, even within the womb. The abuse that takes place, and also intergenerational trauma that's passed on from those that have gone before. So I think that one of the things in terms of what do we do about this? What can we do about this? One thing I think is so important, Toja, and what you're doing here, is I think it's really important to bring together, and this can be done in any spiritual community, and have a visit by those people who know what the spiritual teachings are, that know the ceremonies, and talk about between us as a circle, as human beings, what is sexual misconduct? Because I think sometimes if we haven't been brought up with the boundaries, or even in a way like myself, my parents never, ever talked about sexuality of any form. How do I understand what was right and what's wrong? So we need to come together, begin doing this. I think what you've done here is so important, and come together and share what is appropriate and what's not appropriate together, and then be able to share that with the community. This is not appropriate. This is appropriate, because then we can begin putting protection into these ceremonies. And of course, then when we get into you having sacred ceremonies using sacred plant medicines, where people really can become vulnerable to those people in authority, that really needs to get cleaned up. At the same time, we have to be able to really listen to each other, but go about this in a manner of healing. Because again, these punitive systems based on punishment, it's not going to work when we have communities, everybody's related to each other. Everybody knows each other. So I had put in there, let me see, I think maybe I already put it in the chat, but I'm going to make sure I did here. Here we go. I'm putting in a little book called, at the time, not a book, it's about 100 pages long, At the Time of Disclosure. And that is, what do you do when somebody discloses they've been sexually abused or experienced sexually inappropriate behavior? Now, the second thing is I've also spent a lot of time writing yesterday on this whole issue. And I think what is really needed is what is called unity or restorative justice. It's a whole different approach to this, where the whole purpose is that in this process, not only we've got to focus, number one, of course, of concern is that person who's been victimized. At the same time, from my perspective, despite what I've shared has happened, we have to also think about what happened to the person that did this. What happened to them, and how can our whole community heal from this? Now, I'll tell you a strange thing, how the Creator works. I ended up going back to Bolivia I left in 1972 and went back, and maybe 25 years later. And of course, the number one thing on my mind was whatever happened to Rene Rios, because I was going back to Sucre, where he was. And the strangest thing, what I found out was that experience was so traumatic for him that he changed his life. He went to the university and became a dentist. A dentist. He was happily married with a number of children. And he did, by the way, although in the end, they were able to buy witnesses and make up all these different stories. In the end, he did spend 100 days in the car cell in the jail there, which was not too pleasant. And in fact, after he'd gotten out of the jail, I remember before we left Sucre to go to Santa Cruz, hopefully being able to stay in Bolivia, I was out walking outside of Sucre in this kind of a lonely place, and there's railroad tracks. And I saw him coming this way, and I saw him, and he didn't see me. I just saw him. He had his head down. I could tell he was, and I said, "Oh, there's nothing to say here and do. I just went on my way." So we don't know. We don't know. And of course, we know, and I started working, I made a film, maybe I'll share that. You can find it on the internet, called Healing the Hurts. And that's when we begin to address alcoholism in a film we did called The Honor of All, the story of Alkali Lake. And as we did that film, we began to hear about all this sexual abuse and abuse that went on in boarding schools. It was completely, nobody's talking about it. And so we realized we've got to address this. This was 1985. We put a film out called The Honor of All, the story of Alkali Lake, this incredible community in British Columbia that went from 100% alcoholism to almost 95% sobriety. We had known from them that about the underneath the sexual abuse and so forth and so on. So we then begin to really bring this out in this Healing the Hurts. And of course, that brought up a lot of these issues about sexual abuse and so forth. And it exploded. And so after that, I had the opportunity, the honor of going across in most places in Canada, working with survivors of boarding schools, and over again, you hear what happened. But what's really, really, I think we have to deal with today is the fact that those relatives that were sexually abused in these boarding schools were then, if they were older girls or boys, in some schools were encouraged to sexually abuse the other boys and girls in order for the abusers to cover up. In fact, probably the most classic thing I've ever seen was when I was a professor at the University of Lethbridge, and at one of the close First Nations there on the reserve, they'd actually dedicated this entire athletic complex to this Jerry Dawson, who was the one who had done this great destruction of not only sexually abusing the boys on his athletic team and so forth and so on, but then having them sexually abuse other boys. And I'll tell you, that's, and of course, that leads, by the way, to all kinds of things in future generations. And that's part of this whole opioid addiction thing we're having. I think a lot of it, if you go way deep in this, you're going to find this sexual abuse, because this power we have to create life is sacred. It's holy. I'll tell you, it can bring the greatest ecstasy and closeness and beauty to us as human beings, or it can be the most hurtful part you could ever imagine. I remember after I'd been sexually abused, and I never was able to tell my parents this until way later in my life, because first of all, they maybe they would never believe me, but I just couldn't. But I was. This is before I kind of made my change in my life, about 23, 24, and I was on my way from a little Walla Walla little town. I grew up into Pendleton, Oregon, on the Umatilla Reservation. We're on our way over there. I was with my father, and I'd gotten myself in these unhealthy relationships, and it seemed like I was drawn to other. Of course, obviously, you're drawn to people that have similar issues, and in hurt and pain. And I'll tell you, it was so painful. And I remember in this one relationship, I just, literally I wanted to castrate myself. I thought to myself, God, how can this be so painful? And I remember I was on my way to my dad in his old pickup truck going over the Umatilla reservation. I said, Dad, because we always had these talks. I said, Dad, sometimes I told him the certain circumstances, sometimes I just want to castrate myself. He said, son, let me tell you something. He said, that energy that we're given that produces life is also the energy that is a creative power, is a gift. He said, but if you keep it kind of in the lower parts of your body, it needs something as a power that has to be. See, it's just like a horse. He said, if you have a really, he said, and by the way, he always used to tell me, he says, son, I don't want a plow horse, I want a racehorse. But racehorses, he said, are the most difficult to get into the chutes to run. You have to really, he said, that's what you have to do. It's a power that we have to, through meditation, through prayers, through healing, through all these, and these sacred plant medicine can help too. If the person sharing those really understands these and themselves is in a really, really good place spiritually, because you can't take any place that you're not. If you got hung up in some kind of sexual issues or money or whatever it is, there's no way you can do this. So anyway, he said, son, he said, in Besai, he said, killing yourself would be like throwing off a most precious diamond over a bridge. He said, son, you just got to keep praying and you'll overcome this. And sure enough, I begin to understand more and more, but that's how I was feeling. And now, of course, you realize as you get late in your 70s, 80s, and I'm sure I've talked to people in the 90s, you realize this life is so short. And just like we're in the baby's womb, coming back to what is our purpose then? So when we are created, this tiny, tiny, tiny microscopic being with everything in it, within us, of all the relatives that went before us. In fact, we are their spiritual representative right here in this physical earth, right here. I am representing all those that have gone before me, just like each and every one of us. That's why this discussion, whether there's few of us here and there's not a few of us here, is so important. And so our purpose in the womb is to grow our physical arms and legs and eyes and ears. And slowly but surely, we go through all kinds of different forms. We look like different things. In fact, I had MDs tell me that unless you're trained, you can't tell the difference at one point in our development between a pig fetus and a human fetus. But sure enough, here we come. And we're in this womb world. And that's what we think that's the world. We have no idea that outside that womb is this world of time and space. We're veiled from it. But when the time comes, we begin making our journey. And of course, we're preparing on the way. I always think those kicks are like isometric exercises when we're kicking inside of our mother's stomach, getting ready, and we make the journey. When we come to this world, we leave behind our womb suit. We emerge as this human being. So if our purpose was to grow our arms and legs and eyes and ears and bring all those things to prepare us for this world, then what's the purpose of this world? What is our real purpose here? Well, I believe it's to grow our spiritual arms and legs and eyes and ears, to become more compassionate, more forgiving, more kind, more just, more loving, more inclusive. And also, we begin to awaken to the reality that our soul, a sovereignty, ancient and perishable, everlasting, has no gender, has no class, has no ethnicity. Our soul is a reflection of the oneness of the Creator. And so all those things, creativeness, inventiveness, rationality, memory, all those qualities are quality of the soul, not the body. And we also know that any love we've ever had for anybody will not be forgotten in the spiritual worlds to come, nor will we forget this life we've had, this brief life we've had in this physical world of time and space. So, let me see how are we doing timing. So at this point, before I pray, say a little prayer, I'd like to ask if any questions, a question or two that people might have. And then I'll give a closing prayer, and we'll have all have a beautiful day. And again, I deep thanksgiving for having the courage to bring this out, and that we can have healthy discussions about this and eliminate from our sacred ceremonies that have the power to transform us and help us along our spiritual journey will be done in the most purest, most respectful, most honored way. And that also will have compassion for all sides of this issue. Because it's not something that was part of our indigenous cultures. From everything I understand, this was something that was severely addressed. This thing. In fact, my great-great-grandfather, in a vision he had in Medicine Butte, was told he was going to kill 4 men in his life. 2 were one for abusing his daughter, and 1 for abusing his sister. As the head of the Holy Man Society and as the Itansha, or say leader of the White Swan Dakotas at that time, he knew. My father told me this story. Man, he knew they could not allow this kind of abuse, even physical abuse, coming into their communities, because it would destroy the people. And this is just one case to share with you is how it was. Is that he had warned this one son-in-law 3 times, do not abuse my daughter. And he'd gone out on a short trip, came back, and here's his daughter, and he had abused her again, beaten her up again. He didn't say a word. He went over to his lodge and picked up a shotgun, got on his horse, drove over to his son-in-law's lodge. He walked in there and said, son-in-law, I've warned you 3 times not to abuse my daughter, and now I'm going to kill you. Kabam! And blew him away. And after that, because there had to be justice and harmony, he went outside the camp all night and waited. And any relative of the man he killed who felt it was unjust had the right to come kill him. Nobody came. And I'm sure it was heartbreaking for him to see that he had to kill a relative. At the same time, he had in his vision, he could see what was going to happen, that this horrendous time was going to come in which we'd go through the suffering, in which this abuse of women, or abuse either way, of this spiritual gift we have would really damage us deeply. He also did that, by the way, to a brother-in-law who did the same thing. So I'm not saying this, I'm not saying this, but I'm just saying this is not something that our indigenous relatives took lightly. And at the same time, now we need to find ways, and I believe those are there with unity and restorative justice, to find ways so our communities can be fully healed in every dimension. Okay, so any questions, thoughts somebody'd like to share, and then I'll give the closing prayer.
Yes, hi, Uncle Phil. Thank you. Thank you for your share. It's always so easy to listen to you, and it's hard when you stop speaking because I always want you to keep speaking. I do have something that I remember because I had a conversation with you about this briefly in Palenque. And I remember how you had touched on the topic of how, you know, that the brothers coming together to support this from stopping, because it's not necessarily that the women are able to stop these actions. Could you reflect on that a little bit? I remember you had said.
Yes. Well, I think it's just, for one thing, the reason why, of course, through much of this history, women have been so abused is because physically, even though women in every other, and by the way, physically, that's also changed in terms of my best athletic days. I could never have competed with women today. They're incredible gifts athletically, but in those times past, this thing of men ensuring that there's that with other men that this doesn't happen is so important, and that just as we come together here to visit and talk about how we heal, I can guarantee, I know this for certain, because I had to deal with it with the abuse of my daughter and other things I had to deal with, is those relatives who are doing this, they come together and talk about it. They come together and they are a mutual support network too, because they're protecting each other in terms of denial and whatever. That's why it's so important, this what I share at the time of disclosure, because I can tell you, when you're in a family situation, when a beloved relative has got this illness and then they did somebody else, it just destroys families. It sets them against each other. That's why there has to be a healing process for all restored, to restore balance, to restore justice. And so, yes, whoever we are, elders, women, men, whatever, it's so important that we are able to be open and talk about these things and to share these and to be transparent. Because we have our children and grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren coming down after we leave this world. We want to leave a good place. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and Toja, I think I'll just give a closing prayer this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And just call me Dekshi, just call me Uncle.
Yes.
Just call
Yes.
me Uncle. Oh, Tenkachla creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate, forgiving one. Oh, ancient of days, oh, blessed beauty, we call upon your holy power at this time to infuse our hearts and souls with your love and compassion and justice and kindness and wisdom, so we might address within ourselves and with our human family anything that has hurt and damaged this sacred gift we have of being able to create life. And that we will come together from the four directions, all the tribes and nations, with the power of the Creator, with the understanding and teachings of our sacred Mother Earth, and all those sacred teachings have been passed down through all sacred traditions, to completely eliminate forever from our sacred lands any kind of sexual misconduct, abuse, whatever form. And that we be able to do this in a manner that is unifying, healing, and has compassion with it. Not of anger and revenge, but compassion. That we have a great, great future as a human family, that we might fulfill that. Halmi chante washtelo, shmano hemedo, chinupasapa hemedo, halmi chante washte. And as we conclude in our Dakota way, my names are Shukmano and Chinupasapa, and I stand fully responsible before the Creator for all my words and all my actions. So any questions and be of support, please let me know. And have a beautiful one. And thank you. 25 hours we just completed. How have a good one.
Thank you. Blessings. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Toja. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. We are concluding with our prayer there that Chief Phil left us with. I'm also creating space and invitation for Patricia Davis if you would like to share any closing prayers as well into the space.
I'd like to remind us all the unifying principles of all language and all cultures, indigenous, meaning the inclusive of every race, every nation, that we are here to remember and reawaken, to revitalize this knowledge and wisdom and the experience of each of our lives, to inspire and to motivate ourselves and others, and especially the generations to come, to prepare for them a safe and supportive environment to nurture them and to restore the resources to each generation. And we give gratitude, and this gratitude is to Creator, that we are all a precious child of Creator within creation, simultaneously within the natural order laws, that we are all governed equally in this oneness that I'm going to call in the Bazad, the holy people's sacred language and sacred words. Forjo, and this community of practice is a blessed way ceremony for Georgia, for the intention of how to live the loving way as a way of life through the cleansing and purification of our learning through our own experiences and sharing those experiences in a beautiful, powerful way. Therefore, in our sacred self, in our sacred place in the universe, in our eternal self, in the eternal now, again, in affirmation. Affirmation is the way we are existing eternally within the love and peace of Creator, within creation. Kodo Hojo Dole Nahasan Hima. And the first word I'm saying is Divine Mother Nahasan Hima, our Divine Loving Mother, Jonah A, and our Divine Loving Father. And from there, the spiritual language is Yadilhish Shita, that is all the goodness of truth and love and beauty and peace and wellness and plenitude, abundance. The divine feminine and the divine masculine. Hashjel Hoan. Ayahat. Thank you. Shatati and my biological parents and our collective divine guidance. Shada Nahokos. Wilson do in Sahak Chess. Ado Nahat Apatil do Wajojik Ina Dose Hassan Shelpahojo Shelpahojoni. naming those 7 sacred mountains, those 4 sacred mountains, east, south, west, and north, and the doorway, which is on the doorway that we have hard goods and soft coming from Creator through that east doorway, and then the smoke hole that correlate and coordinate to our 7 chakra system and the 7 sacred mountains, which is existing within our spark of divinity and our inherent sovereignty and our inherent genius gift for our collective survival and our right livelihood as we journey forward with this purpose and intention. Sa'an nagay big'ahojon, sa'an nagay big'ahojon, taradin k'ek'ezchin, taradin atin, taradin sad, taradin na'antin, ahyaha, nana, shita iyan, hojo nahasli, hojo nahasli, hojo nahasli, ahyaha, a shidane also. Thank you and gratitude, spiritual family and relatives.
Oh, gracias. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone for all of the people who showed up to present, moderate, to support, to hold space, to share their voice, to listen, to observe, to witness, pray. Thank you to every single being that's been here and behind the scenes. I want to send my gratitude to Leo, who trusted me to produce this month's event when I asked to bring this topic to the table, to the forefront. So just deep gratitude to you, Leo. Thank you for trusting me, and thank you for your patience. And thank you for empowering me and trusting me to empower others. Thank you so much for that. And 25 hours. We did it. Woo, we did it. We did it. I do want to do just a little check-in with you, Leo, if you want to share anything, and also if we're allowed to just let people talk in the space for like 15-20 minutes if they feel, or they can leave, and how we end the recording.
Yeah, the recording ends as soon as we end the meeting. And I'm happy to make you the host if you want to allow people to process. You're in charge. So you can end however you choose to end.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, let's open up. People would like to share. We can do some timed shares. We can do like 1 minute, 2 minute shares per person if people feel inspired to integrate, process, share any last mentionings. We can open that space, and you're just allowed to unmute yourself and share. And I'll just mention that if anyone is looking for contacts or would like to share contacts, you can utilize the Facebook event page to post emails, references, any notes that you took that you feel to share. And we will be having, Entheo Society does put on a 24-hour live event once a month with different topics each month. And you can follow Entheo Society Facebook, Entheo Society Washington Facebook, to stay tuned to the next upcoming events. There's always space for voices to be heard. So if you feel to contribute to a topic in the future, please tune in to see what the next topics will be. And from me, you can look forward to seeing more offerings, more online digital offerings. You can find me at Astaria Aya Lupuna on Facebook. That is where I'm most active. I'll type it in the comments, and you can give me a follow over there to stay tuned to when we'll be producing future offerings in the digital realm. We'll just give it another minute, and if no one is feeling to share anything further, we'll go ahead and close down the Zoom. Hope you all have a beautiful Sunday, day of rest and prayer and nature. And yeah, just deep gratitude, seeing all of your comments in the chat of your gratitude. Thank you. Thank you everyone for seeing us and appreciating us. Okay, blessings, familia.